what do you see the network slicing slide?
Can you see, please, a current slide with the title of network slicing?
Dear colleagues, are you here?
Of course. We are waiting.
Yeah, because I need to prove now.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Once more.
Once again. Okay, so, and let me continue, please, and I need to talk more about 5G and slicing techniques, but as I talked already, but there were some threats, cybersecurity threats in 2G, 3G, 4G, and they decided to invent or implement quite a new generation like 5G, and to solve all these problems, related to the cybersecurity crime. But 5G can bring quite new threats, and especially, as I mentioned already, and IoT and mobile IoT can bring quite new threats as well. Especially, and the reason of that is, and devices, when we are buying some devices, all the time, they could be updated, but this is no possibility to update them, right? And after we can buy these devices, but another one, and here's some, but we need to prevent, we need to implement quite new and algorithm or protocols and some kind of techniques, right, and to prevent all these threats, right? Especially, we can include some techniques, it could be authentication capabilities, and here's some subscriber identity protection as well, and some additional security techniques, when it comes to 5G, but we have quite different types of attacks, especially here we can classify, we have some common attacks. Here's attacks on IoT devices I mentioned already, through the running application, And here's some remote attacks and or Wi-Fi networks or other kind of networks you are connected. And we have some physical attacks, for example, if someone and attacker can bring its own device, and access point, and can even could be connected to the Wi-Fi network and so on and so on. We can get some attacks through cloud, and here's attacks and through Wi-Fi networks as well, and especially through ear interface, and all this information go through ear, and anytime and from anywhere, then they can intercept all the information, right? So, and especially, and GSMA association, it's this main organization providing with the new protocols in telecommunications, and they developed the main 5G cybersecurity model. For 5G, it's a layered security model. You can see 3 different layers. The first one is a product security. It means, and we have, and here's some level of, for example, standard compliance. You can see security development lifecycle, and when it comes to network elements to be protected, right? And when it comes to second layer, it's about network security. About network security, it performs continuous risk assessment. When it comes to we need to protect all the elements, devices in a network, right? And we need to implement quite new, protocols as well. And in 2017 especially, and it was a WPA2 and WIBA2, and in other words, was correct, and then another quite new protocol was invented, right, in WPA3, but it could be implemented some cryptographic, techniques in these protocols as well. We have third one over here, and it's about application security. Includes some mobile device users. But here's some another for some applications when they are providing, right? Like some industries, it's very popular nowadays, and it some threats, and when we can get through our mobile phones, right, and equipment. Okay, and but how about blockchain in IoT security? And here is some, you can see some structural blocks, okay? And each block can contain and the kind of information, right? That here's a header, here's some version, and here's some, you can see we have here previous block hash value, and especially we have some Merkle root hash and timestamps. Okay, here's some bits, and you know some bit size and nonce, and some transaction count and transaction list. Okay, how does it work? Okay, let me show you some block hash calculation. Okay, you can see over here some 3 input values. Okay, here's a previous block hash, here's a Merkle root hash, and here's a nonce, right? And you can calculate all things, and we can get, and here's some digital signature, right? When we need to, okay, and but add all the things, and especially main technique is a post-quantum digital signature today, and I offer, right? Okay, and to secure networks. Okay, I need to show you how, for example, these blocks and are created. And here's some timestamp, and you can see. And here's this hashing. Hashing is some kind of application, right, of cryptography. Here's a fundamental element in blockchain, especially. Okay, and we're using cryptography, right? And here's some main field, and here is some hash function, because some machine, and we can use this hash function as a machine, and for example, transforming even even an apple into some kind of consequence of, you can see over here, letters or digits, right, over here. Okay, so, and here's when it comes to, for example, some hacker needs to hack or crack this some transaction, right? We have this double and value hash values, right? If, for example, some value or block will be altered, and here's a next, okay, and blockchain, a block in the blockchain, and you can see over here, and it could be accepted, right? Because you will get some error, and that's not right, okay? Previous hash. Okay, if it was altered, we can get immediately about that information. Okay, but here's some, you can see an unhappy hacker, and it was impossible to hack. Okay, another block and so on, and whole blockchain system. Okay, but we have some multi-chain blockchains as well. This is a very convenient thing, and we can here, how does it work? We can generate our own private key, for example, randomly. Okay, because we can even don't share this to others, right? About that, it's a very secure technique. Okay, first of all. This multi-chain blockchain here, and it has some feature, okay, and we can limit some blockchain access, okay, to the specific, to the specific list of users, right? And you can manage, and how it is up to you, it's up to us, okay. But you know, and about handshaking process in Wi-Fi network, here we have some handshaking process as well to verify each transaction, okay. How does it work? Okay, first each node has its own public address. Okay, and here's but we need to verify with the address each node. Okay, through our blockchain, but here's some permitted list, and we can compare and prove all these blocks and these transactions with the address. Okay, here's some control message. Okay, we can use, and here's some we can, for example, and send back the signature, and when you need to use some control message, right? Okay, verifying ownership of each private key. Okay, over here. So, and about post-quantum digital signatures, and it was released, and here's some main recommendation. and released about extended miracle signature scheme, right, especially, and it was a Lightning miracle signature system as well. You can find all this information through this documentations, RFC 83991 and RFC 8554, okay? And but in this paper, and I have conducted some experiment using some MinNet, and here was creating some decentralized network, and but according to our blockchain structure and the multi-chain blockchain. And here's especially in blockchain post-quantum signature, what the main aspects. Okay, especially here is some blockchain we can create, as a distributed ledgers here as well using these signatures. Okay, here's a focus on the first time signatures, and time takes a very huge role, to exchange some keys, and that's why, and especially here is possibility, to exchange first exchange of the keys, and it matters as well size of signature, and it can grow linearly as well, and decrease as well, and here's depends on authentication part of the blockchain, and here's the main building blocks we have. Here's a few time, here's a many times scheme as well, and we can use, and here's a one times key, and we can use, and you can see over here, we have, and you can see over here in the two at the left side and right side. Here's the few times signature scheme, and here's some extendable many times signature schemes. And here's some about Merkle tree, how does it work. But as I mentioned already, we have had some experiment, and conducted, and here's but Cisco provided with this platform, It's a 3-layered platform. We have here some networking layer, we have blockchain layer, and distributed application layer. When it comes to this Cisco, but it was like that, this structure and architecture of our network. We can use a device layer but when we are building medical IoT. It doesn't matter it's medical or not medical, and we need to connect plenty of different devices, and then but over here, when it comes to home gateway security, and we are here and to provide for the high security, for this gateway, home gateway, and there's a way using cloud layer, and you can see over here, and it could be implemented at the blockchain. And but here's some moments, and other moments, and it was proposed this, and I didn't show you about some process of experiment, and it was really, and we got some results, and very good results over here. It was about we proposed blockchain technology with hash-based post-quantum digital signatures, and it was to secure medical IoT network, And here's some opportunities, and using these blockchains, multi-chain blockchains with this post-quantum and digital signatures, and to provide very high security for our. For example, 5G, when it comes to medical IoT, when we're using in 5G generation, system. Blockchain can meet UN, and general data protection regulations was invented by European Committee, and we need to follow all these regulations, and this blockchain can meet all these regulations to protect these electronic healthcare records, and medical data, in other words. It's a very handful in healthcare. So, and the blockchain is the best solution and to solve some problems in 5G and even 6G technologies, and we got from our mobile IoT networks and devices as well. And here's some references, and I have used, and here's some If you have any questions, go ahead and you're welcome to ask anything.
Have you any question? So, I have a question. According to blockchain technology, and in that time, when sorry, I can
Yes.
slide.
Yeah, please.
Yes, in this slide. So when it is one of the chain was dropped or was has error. So how it восстанавливает?
Recover.
How it recovers the data? Yes. What is the procedure?
Right?
Procedure to recover the data. Yes.
Okay. When it comes to, for example, it was altered, right? One block, for example, through this blockchain.
Yeah.
Okay, and we can see it was okay. Here it is impossible, right? And it could be discarded this block. Okay, and we need to somehow create and create new one, and it will go through all other blocks as well, right? And here's this block will be discarded but it influence to another one as well, because what is about that, right? But yes. Over here you can see, and it was impossible, okay, and to have a whole blockchain. That's why it's a main aspect of security, especially, right?
I mean, when we talk about IoT, about medicine data, we have some data from IoT device, medical device, which is sent to some cloud, to some data storages, and so on. And if this data was wrong, how we can renew them?
Yes, as I mentioned already, you know that prior to, for example, to verify all these transactions, here's the mempool especially, right?
Yes,
memory pool, and there we can store all this information, right? All blocks.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
And but if it was damaged, for example, you need to know about how we can create again the same block.
Yes.
Okay, it is about, for example, if you need to somehow it goes through mempool and again, and you can create quite new block and could be connected as well, right?
So, yes, because as I understand, data from medicine from IoT device, it is sent and the new data renewed. So it's lost if we lost some flow from data will be lost.
I'm talking about that, right?
Yes.
And the mempool can help us, right, in this case, because but here's some about this block and already and hacked and altered already, and we can for example go through and it will be discarded in this case, but you can create then quite new one, right? And
is it necessary to organize two paths, for example, for the запасной путь. Чтобы данные отправлялись двумя путями, один из которых испорчен, второй дошли.
You mean some redundant about the reliability, if it is possible, right? Okay, here's a multi-chain blockchains, and it is possible, but I need to talk about this one because, but here's one transaction. Okay, here's just one and data for one patient, right?
I understand. But we never receive wrong data because
absolutely,
it's true.
Because here's quite different transactions, quite different dates. That's why it's quite possible to.
Okay.
Just a moment, but what we have in Ethernet or Wi-Fi networks, right? One information is split into different blocks, right? You mean so, right?
Yes.
And if, for example, one block was damaged, and we need to recover again and to get a whole, right? And whole and information. Here's quite another thing because, but here's for example, for each blockchain is itself quite different patient data, and that's why we can, for example, create a new one and so on.
I see. Okay, thank you. Do you have any question?
I have a question. As I understand correctly, you use. Can you show the slide where is? No.
Прям
if devices send the information to gateway, and after that the next node, and if somebody would like to enter to the network,
To accept this, to accept this blockchain.
It's need to restore all the
All blocks?
all blocks and all.
No. Because but here's you can see over here it was altered, right? And we can get this information about altering this information, okay? And it will be impossible to go further, right? And this hacker.
But devices is somewhere here is devices and send here the information, and after that here. But here is some
room, right?
Room, yes. And according to this, we should to restore from device to this to this.
As I mentioned, our mempool. Here's the mempool, right? And always, and we can create, for example, one block, okay? And prior to verify, and here's especially in memory pool, we can, for example, create, right? You mean so, and the alter, you mean, and it was damaged, right? Or hacked, this block, right?
Только этот блок меняем. Или все?
No. Because but it is impossible to inspect other blocks as well. It is impossible. That's why it is a very secure blockchain in this case. Okay?
I understand, but I would like to understand from devices. Device sends information
which kind of device
from
you mean?
time to time, according to the scheduler. From time to send information. Unfortunately, this man tried to interrupt.
Okay.
And here is bad block, for example, already.
Okay.
But device sends needed information. How to restore? It's need started from devices.
It could be discarded, this block, right? And but this hacker, it is impossible to inspect other blocks as well, right? In this case.
Okay.
But you asked about it. It is
Okay.
As I understand, you propose this model, and
Okay, just a moment. Let me show you. I will show you. Maybe you will see. Okay, here's some structure, right?
Yes.
And here's the blockchains, and here's you have. But it is at the level of home gateway. Okay,
Yes.
home gateway. And if was, for example, inspected some blocks over here, right? And at this level,
Yes.
okay, we need to somehow discard this block, right? And we need to create the quite new one. You mean so?
I understand you need to create, but the device sent from according to the scheduler every 5 minutes, for example. What is the discipline? How often we should to control this gateway to restore it?
We can get alert once it was hacked. We can get this alert immediately about attack.
If we decided that attack took place.
Sure. Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much. Do you have any question, colleagues? So, what is Igor and Vadim? Are you ready to?
Yes, we can start again.
Just a minute.
Sorry.
You can.
I took your time, but
No, it's very interesting.
Sorry, I have the lecture afterwards. I was supposed to be the second. No.
it's my colleague.
Okay.
Okay, how about Vadim and Ihor? If you don't mind, can we allow?
It's not a problem, guys, because I have the lecture. And, according to the schedule, had to be the second.
Okay.
Okay, and let me introduce Maxim Yavich, is from Georgia, my colleague from Caucasus University. Who is presenting now?
The previous Igor and Vadim.
Sorry, yeah, for misunderstanding. Okay, Vadim and Ihor. I apologize again for some inconvenience, but you can go ahead
We
now.
change the schedule because we have some problems. So sorry, our second report will be from national military equipment.
Okay, sorry, in this case, I will join you in 1 hour, okay, and make the report. Because I have to conduct the lecture, and in 1 hour I will join it. Isn't it a problem?
You have no. Okay, Vadim, do you? Can you?
Okay, Vadim
It's
and
a problem,
Ihor.
sorry.
No,
very much.
Maxim. Okay.
If you don't mind, then Maxim will present now.
Thank you very much. Okay, so
Maxim,
thank you.
introduce yourself, please, and talk about.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you first of all for giving me the opportunity to present at this conference. I am Maxim Yavich. I am professor at Caucasus University. I am the head of cybersecurity direction at the university. I am also the president of Scientific Cybersecurity Association, which is the biggest cybersecurity organization in the region. So today I want to introduce you the little results, some part of the results of our research together. By the way, we are doing it together with our Ukrainian colleagues from Aviation University. It's a mutual project. It's called 5G Laboratory for Checking Machine Learning Algorithms. Okay, first of all, why do we need 5G? As we know, the number of devices is increasing every day, and all of them must be connected to the internet. Here we are talking not only about computers, laptops, and mobiles. There are a lot of other smart devices, like clever fridges, like clever cars that drive by itself, and so on. So all of them must be connected to the internet, and 4G already is not capable to connect so many devices. Because of it, we need to transfer to the new technology 5G. So according to the research of the official report of the European Union, and of course according to our research results, we can see that 5G can have some security problems. First of all, there are some reasons of it. First of all, here there is a lot of virtualization, so it uses software a lot, and all of software security attacks can be relevant here. Another option is that it has a spectrum sharing capability where various streams of information can share bandwidth in slices. So all of them are on the different slices. It's some kind like in Chrome, different sessions, and there can be implemented attacks which can attack different slices. Also, the attack can be successful because of the expansion of bandwidths. And the most important, I think, is that there are a lot of devices, and all kinds of DOS and DDoS attacks can be relevant here. Here are the spectrum of all attacks that can be implemented in 5G. Among them are DDoS attacks and different software security attacks. So another very interesting problem is that 5G has integrated one of the asymmetric cryptography schemes, so-called elliptic curve. But it is not safe against the attacks of quantum computer. So we think that it would be good to integrate a clever algorithm. In the beginning, there will be the classic cryptography scheme, and if the algorithm identifies that the attack is going to a quantum computer, it will be switched to the post-quantum scheme. Here is a little scheme of our approach. We aren't going to interfere into to interfere into the whole scheme of 5G, the existing one. We are going just to integrate the new server, so-called cybersecurity function, and integrate all our solutions there. Here is a little scheme what we are going to do. We are going to classify the devices according to their classifications, which is switching to switches, routers together, laptop, notebooks together, and so on. Here is a scheme what you want to integrate to our remote server. It goes firewall, IDS, antivirus, VPN, and so on. Today we will talk about IDS and about the laboratory which is implemented to analyze it. So our idea is first station to check the traffic. Afterwards it sends the traffic above, and afterwards it comes to our remote cybersecurity function, or it identifies the attack, or it says that there is not attack, and if it is needed, it sends the attack to the corresponding regulatory bodies. So like this, here we have integrated our cybersecurity function, which includes firewall and IDS APS. We are using for the training purposes NSL Data, which always is used by scientists to train different type of IDS, intrusion detection systems, for 5G. Because it is classified into the categories. It's classified into the categories concretely needed for those attack vectors that we talked about. Yes, so security attacks, bandwidth attacks, DOS attacks, and so on. We have trained our KDD using one of the deep learning models, concretely sequential one. We have trained our IDS using KDD. We also have got the patterns of the DOS attacks, rather new one from 2020 and beginning 21, from the corresponding structures with the permission to use them for training purposes. We have trained our IDS using KDD these DOS datasets. By the way, we did it rather efficiently in separate threads. We used parallel approach. So the data we have split it like 20% of data for training purpose, and 80% for training purpose, and 20% for checking purposes. We did in DOS, and in KDD we did 90 to 10. We have got rather high accuracy. In KDD it's a bit lower, but it's in any case really high. We are working on increasing it, and for DOS it's rather high, as you can see. So for the new scheme, we have integrated it into our remote IDS. Yes, we have implemented the corresponding code in Python for checking purposes. And what is really interesting, usually people only are talking theoretically about it, and without having 5G in their countries, they cannot check it. So I think we were the first. You can find this kind of information not in internet, not in the research papers. So we made a special laboratory for checking it. We have used 60 Raspberry Pi devices. Nothing special, just number of Raspberry devices working on 4G. We have used, of course, 60 corresponding modems, SIM cards, and so on. And by means of our laboratory, we have implemented different attacks. Here are the list of all attacks that we have implemented. We were collecting by the corresponding IDS the samples of these attacks, and after this we have made it in the same output. We have made it in the same output like DOS has and KDD has, because it has really different output, and we concretely set it in the same output. And afterwards we checked our laboratory by means of these patterns. So as you can see, in the major part of them have rather good results. In some we have 107, and almost in all of them we have more than 80. Here are some cases in some rare attacks like multi-hop. Like multi-hop where we have 51, but we are working on improving. So that's it, what I wanted to tell you today. Thank you for your attention, for giving me this opportunity, and some questions if you have.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? I have a question. According to quantum attack, what do you mean quantum attack? On one of the slides, of your slides, was quantum attack. What does it mean?
Quantum attack is an attack from quantum computers. We know that today we use classical computers, but already the great work is being conducted by different countries like China, USA, Russia to create quantum computers, which don't use already Newton physics. They use quantum physics, and they break all existing today quantum schemes. So it is very obligatory. It is very important to integrate the post-quantum schema to the existing solutions.
I see. Can you, for example, what kind of quantum attack? What main difference quantum attack and not quantum attack? What is the main difference to understand for us? Yes.
Quantum attack is an attack that comes from quantum computer. And when the attack comes to quantum computer, usually it can decrypt the traffic encrypted by normal computer in some milliseconds. So because of it needs different cryptography schemes to encrypt the traffic.
You said that you
unlike usual computers, they can take even years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but quantum computers are so fast. I am co-author as well, and that's why I'm answering it. Sorry.
Thank you. I mean, you said that you in your laboratory you simulate this attack. How you really simulate quantum attack?
No, according the attacks which I showed you, according them are also software security and those things. If we have the financing for the new project, of course we will simulate this also.
I see. Okay. So your method is ready to quantum attack, but you analyze it on usual
on paper.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you any questions, colleagues?
Thank you, Maxim. You can enjoy your
Thank
classes.
you. Glad to see you.
Have a nice day.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
So
Bye-bye.
The third third time we try to let Igor and Vadim say
Vadim
some
and
words.
Igor again, and many apologies, please, and you can now present your work.
We are ready.
Thank you for your understanding.
Okay. We don't hear your presentation, only just slides.
Yeah, we can see your presentation, but
But
no
not-
voice.
No voice, yes.
Possibility of introducing a transitional standard to the way from 5G to 6G. This approach involves the use of millimeter and sub-millimeter wavelengths in addition to existing 5G systems. In the regard, there is a need to develop appropriate radio equipment, including antennas that would combine operations in one or more traditional frequency bands with frequencies above 30 GHz. As one of the possible options for solving this problem, it is proposed to use patch antennas with the topology synthesized based on the use of micro QR codes.
We don't see your we don't see your presentation.
Micro QR codes. The main resulting code containing the word antenna is shown on Fig. 1.
excuse me,
It is formed on the basis of square pixels within a 15 by 15 matrix.
Отключить мой звук?
Запустил.
Ну, теперь не идет
For
звук.
modeling was used ANSOFT EMT
Igor,
2020, which is the
sorry.
next generation of ANSYS.
Can you hear me, please? And we can't see your presentation,
Я
unfortunately.
остановил звук у себя, потому что у тебя не шел.
We can't see anything.
Запусти по-новому.
Let's try once more.
Звуки... Нет, не идет.
Не, презентация идет, только презентация видна. Мы видим вашу презентацию, а
Но вас не слышно.
вы видео запустили тогда?
Попробуйте еще раз.
Не делайте уже на весь экран, пусть уже будет так хотя бы.
Okay, can you please choose just a particular screen, because that is problematic to select the whole screen. Just use please a particular screen, okay?
Could you give 2 minutes? You need to restart computer.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, because that we have time. Yeah,
no
we
problem.
can give you some time.
I
yeah.
sorry, we have a big experience to video presentation, but today Google Meet is crazy.
Okay, yeah, we understand. Okay, no problem. We don't have any doubt in your experience.
At the basis of patch antenna topologies.
Нет, со всей секции.
In the process of working on the 6th generation cellular communication systems among the developers of communication standards, an opinion was formed about the advisability of introducing a transitional standard to the way from 5G to 6G. This approach involves the use of millimeter and sub-millimeter wavelengths in addition to existing 5G systems. In the regard, there is a need to develop appropriate radio equipment, including antennas that would combine operations in one or more traditional frequency bands with frequencies above 30 GHz. As one of the possible options for solving this problem, it is proposed to use patch antennas with the topology synthesized based on the use of micro QR codes. The web service was used to generate various micro QR codes. The main resulting code containing the word antenna is shown on Fig. 1. It is formed on the basis of square pixels within a 15 by 15 matrix. For antenna modeling was used ANSOFT EMT 2020, which is the next generation of ANSYS HFSS. The web service generated a GIF format graphic file that was not directly supported by the electromagnetic simulators ANSOFT electromagnetic suit. Therefore, it was necessary to pre-convert this file to the .dxf format with the manual drawing of each pixel of the micro QR code. More convenient in this report is the QR code to CTL resource that allows you to create an STL file compatible directly with NSoft EM suite. However, it is possible to generate only a micro QR code. The pixel side length was set equal to 1 mm, thickness, height, element thickness equal 0.6 mm. The ground screen has been modified in the work by introducing symmetric angular cuts. The external view of the corresponding patch antenna with the feeder line is shown on this slide. To access the properties of such antennas, one can use the results of calculating the voltage standing wave ratio and return loss as traditional indicators of analyzing the characteristics of antennas. It is known that the frequency dependencies of VSWR and return loss are formed during the simulation with NSoft HFSS based on S parameters. The results of such calculations for the patch antenna are shown on this slide. Thus, the purpose of the work is to create conditions for expanding the functionality of mobile communication systems through to the off-patch antennas based on structures in the form of micro QR code. For the comparison, calculations were carried out for a separate feeder line on the same substrate in the absence of an antenna element. The comparison of corresponding results pretended in a figure allows seeing the effect of the antenna element on the resulting frequency response. It is important that the patch antenna can be interpreted as a capacitive load of the feeder line monopole. In the course of further research, it was necessary to preserve the possibility of comparison with previously obtained results. Therefore, the model with QR code was used for the calculation with a scale factor of multiply by 1.28. In this case, the size of the side of one cell in the topology of the corresponding antenna shown in a figure is 1.28 mm. It is important to note that such a scaling process of the patch antenna did not affect the reading of information from its micro QR code in any way. Since for reading it was enough to increase the distance between the surface of the code and the lens of the smartphone camera. Equally uncritical for decoding an information is the presence of a feed line, which, due to the presence of a special square maker, is the code structure, is easily cut off by the scanning algorithm. The characteristics of the scaled antenna are shown on the slide. The corresponding graphs allows us to judge the predictable effect of charging the dimensions of the patch antenna on the position of its resonant frequencies. In general, speaking of the applicability of this antenna design for operation in the extended millimeter wavelength range, it would be desirable to eliminate the overshoot in the frequency response curves around 19 GHz. At the same time, the need to preserve the ability to decode information recorded in the micro QR code significantly limits the ability to change the antenna topology. When looking for possible the antenna topology, a hypothesis was put forward about the possibility of making a cut in a square frame of the reference element in the upper left corner of the code. To study such a modification of the reference frame, bordering the square is upper left corner of the code. A 0.617 mm wide cut was made in the center of the lower side of the frame. Verification of the code in the micro QR scanner confirmed that such cut doesn't affect to the decoding quality of the modified picture. Therefore, the appropriate approach is taken at the basis of optimizing the antenna topology. The corresponding VSWR estimated for such antenna is shown on the figure. The presence of the specified cut in the reference element made it possible to remove the surge in the VSWR graph in the 19 GHz region that provided a continuous antenna bandwidth from 13.4 GHz to 75 GHz. The relative bandwidth calculated by the formula. It is presented on the slide. Further, the influence of the orientation of the cutout in a square frame of the reference element on the radio technical properties of the antenna was investigated. It turned out that the turn of the section to the right by 90 degrees worsens the results in the region of 19 GHz. This antenna performs best in the 19 GHz frequency range when the cut is parallel to the feed line. At the same time, in the 3 GHz region, a dip below the VSWR equals 2.0 level with a width of 190 MHz was achieved. Similarly, in the range from 2.593 to 2.753 GHz, a 160 MHz working band arose. The variant of the considered patch antenna, with a cut at the top of a square frame of the reference element, has better characteristics at the region of 20 GHz than when the cutout is turned to the right. However, according to this indicator, it loses to the antenna with a down cut in the reference element. In addition, the dip in the 3 GHz region still has not reached the VSWR equals 2.0 level. When the cut section is turned to the left, a small spike is observed at 19 GHz, but a 354 MHz band appears in the section from 2.55 GHz to 2.9 GHz. Along with the orientation of the split section, the influence of its width was studied, to which the properties of the antenna also showed sensitivity. For example, with a split zone width of 0.35 millimeters oriented to the left, it was possible to achieve VSWR smaller 2.0 in the range from 13.25 GHz to 33.92 GHz, and to reduce the return loss at a frequency from 10 GHz to level below minus 35 decibels. On the other hand, also in the frequency band from 2.5 GHz to 2.8 GHz, an operating frequency band with a width of more than 287 MHz was obtained. The closeness of the shape of the split outer frame of the reference frame in the patch antenna design to the split ring resonator element used in a metamaterials makes it possible to hypothesize about the possibility of using such a cell of the metamaterial as an element of the micro QR code. The corresponding modification of a micro QR code picture was successfully tested on a smartphone scanner, however, provided that the color of the printed element was changed to black. In this case, the word antenna was decoded even with some tones of the smartphone plane relative to the display surface. It is advisable to direct further research to the analysis of the properties of patch antennas obtained as a result of integrating a split ring resonator element into the topology of a square reference marker of micro QR codes. In addition, consideration of the topologies of this type of antenna taken into account the encoding of various phrases in the micro-QR code deserves attention. In this case, codes with a symmetrically distributed graphical structure with respect to the feeder are preferred. It is also important to optimize the location of the feeder connection point. The proposed topology can be scaled up to frequencies above 1 THz. However, when simulating such non-antennas, it will be necessary to take into account the quantum capacitance, kinetic inductance, plasmons, quantum conductivity, and other effects specific for small sizes of antenna elements. On this slide, you can see the main publication series in the paper. It is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentation. Okay, and what about questions from audience? If you have any questions, go ahead, please. No questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you explain how? So, as I understand, you propose new kind of antenna. Do you have analog of this one, of this QR code antenna? Because you explain your results, but you not explain how it was before your research. Is the same analogs took place?
As analog of this patch antenna, we can consider different patch antennas from square form factor or chaotic antenna, which was published in PIC and ST conference in this October, and genetic algorithms for synthesis, which use on Dubrovka Fedorovich community. But with micro QR code, it's pioneer proposals. It don't have previous solution in this case.
I see. Okay. How it can be produced? Is it necessary to create some? How is it hard to produce such kind of antenna?
For produce such antenna can be use different technology and that use before for patch antenna producing. As example, it can be 3D printing with devices, and on cloud, its antenna can be have different form, enclosing on the jacket. Example.
Okay. Okay. So the procedure of producing this kind of antenna is the same as for other antennas. It's not some. There is no some problems with, or it's not become easier. It's not become harder. Yes. So it's common for such kind of antennas for such. Yes, as I understand.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
You understand me.
Okay.
In similar.
What is the main why this antenna is better is it?
What is the advantage of this antenna, right?
Yes.
Advantage.
Advantage.
What will be advantage?
This antenna have different advantage. As example, first it is usability for presented on intelligence surface. It can be updated to different 5G or 6G technology. Intelligent refractive surface. As for reclaim on the second, it is wideband antenna because can be used for different frequency range from 6 gigahertz in 5G to millimeter wave in 30 gigahertz. And if this antenna can be scalable to terahertz frequency range with decreasing size for this frequency range.
Okay, thank you. And what about energy efficient of this device, of this antenna? Do you estimate how many energy resources it used from, and how it depends on frequency?
About power consumption.
Power consumption, yeah. Do you make these experiments? Have you made?
In this time we use only HFSS ANSYS simulator and modeling for electromagnetic devices. The results of this modeling can give opportunity to product this antenna with very good characteristics and power efficiency.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you.
But it's very important, but this power consumption, especially for new mobile phones, and doesn't follow the Moore law, and this is very convenient, and to take care of this power consumption for each device, right? And especially, okay, one question I have, and it seems, and it depends on this QR code topology, how you can improve this antenna, right? Antenna, her characteristics depends on QR code topology, right?
The antenna characteristic will dependent from the word that will include it to QR code. In this presentation, we use the word antenna. If we use a different code as COVID certificate, the result will be different.
Okay, understand.
In any case, such topology can be updated for our requirements.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
Okay, if you have any other questions, please go ahead from other participations if you have any. It seems no more questions. Okay, thank you so much for your answers, for your presentations. Someone? No one. Okay, this first session is over. And we need to take a break, coffee break now. And we'll be back at 12 o'clock, okay? At 12 o'clock.
It's now
in Ukraine.
In one hour, yes.
In 1 hour?
Oh, in half an hour.
At 12 o'clock in 35 minutes, according to Ukrainian time. Thank you for your attention. For your participation as well.
Yes, thank you. So you have half an hour. Half an hour.
Yeah,
Sorry.
half an hour.
Half an hour.
Okay, bye for now.
No, and we're waiting for you at 12. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
И это тоже.
Dear colleagues, we are continue. So the next presentation, the next topic of our schedule is our colleagues from Karasin University. Are you? Maybe it's Evgenia Matveyeva, yes, will represent to us.
Good afternoon.
So you can start to introduce yourself. And
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
So wait a minute, please. I will turn on our presentation.
Sure.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see.
Thank you.
Great. So today we are going to tell you about mathematical model of the reliability of a computer system operating in the residual class system based on dynamic redundancy. So the article discusses a variant of the mathematical model of the reliability of a computer system CS operating in the residual class system RNS based on the reliability of tripled commutation structure and the positional number system with an ideal majority elements and CS in the RNS with an ideal commutator is carried out. The analysis results showed the following. At the initial stage of the operation of computing system, the reliability of the CS in the RNS with one control base is higher than the triple positional computing system. In the article, we use such keywords as reducible class system, dynamic redundancy, mathematical model of the reliability, and also computer system. So note that at present interest in use of the residual class system is growing again, and it is caused primarily by the following circumstances. So firstly, it is the emergence of numerous technological and theoretical publications dedicated to the theory and practice of creating computer systems and components in the RNS. The universal use of mobile processors, no inter-digit transfers in the process of performing arithmetic operations of addition and multiplication numbers in the RNS allows reducing energy consumption. And baking configuration demonstrates a great interest in the RNS, where it is necessary to process large data arrays in real time. Moreover, increasing the density of elements on the chip does not in all cases allow high quality and complete testing. The need to use specialized CS to perform various operations on vectors that require a high speed of performing integer addition and multiplication operations. And the last but not least, the widespread introduction of microelectronics into all spheres of average life has significantly increased the relevance and importance of previously rate. The current level of development of microelectronics is approaching the limit of its capabilities in terms of ensuring performance and reliability of existing and future CS. And we can divide basic properties of non-positional arithmetic in RNS into three segments. So the first is independence of the reducers. This property makes it possible to produce a CS in the RNS in the form of a set of independent parallel operating in time, breaking computing paths for data processing, functioning severally on each other agreement with their particular models. And in addition, errors arising from failures of the binary bit circuits is an arbitrary TS in the CS do not multiply into neighboring paths, which makes possible to increase reliability of calculations in RNS. The second one is equality of residues. There is a close relationship between arithmetic codes in RNS and arithmetic AN codes in a positional number system PSS. And arithmetic code in RNS are an advanced development of the known positional arithmetic noise in many residual AN codes. And the last one is low bit representation of residues. So this property allows to significantly increase the reliability and the performance of CS. This is achieved both due to the low bit depth of the construction of the CS and due to the possibility of using tabular arithmetic, where the arithmetic operations of addition, subtraction, and multiplication are performed practically in one machine cycle. Well, based on the analysis of the possible use of the above main three properties, independence, equality, and low bit depth of residual that determine the non-positional code structure. Non-positional arithmetic in the RNS in comparison with the PSS has the following significant advantages. So the first, the ability to parallelize computations at the level of decomposition of the operands, which significantly increases the speed of the CS. Then the possibility to tabular or matrix execution of arithmetic operations of the base set and polynomial functions with a single cycle section from the ROM in the result of a modular operation. The next one is the ability to create a system for monitoring and correcting the CS with effective detection and correction of failures. And the last one, the ability to control and correct errors in the dynamics of the computational process of the CS. Then we also can say that the main advantages can be the possibility of effective use of passive and active fault tolerance based on the operational reconfiguration of the CS structure, lower computational and time complexity for individual classes types, or integer problems. The suitability of the structure of CS in the RNS for carrying out operational diagnostics of blocks and nodes of the calculation, and the possibility of increasing the reliability of the CS in the RNS due to the efficiency of the simultaneous use of passive and active fault tolerance. Based on the listed basic properties of the RNS, the probability of known failure operation of the CS can be represented as the probability of no failure at operation in the CS in the PSS for the case of sliding redundancy with the loaded reverse, taking into account the influence of the listed properties of the RNS. And this probability of no failure operations can be represented in formulas that we can see on the screen now. Well, according to the results of the researchers, we've got some results that we can see on the graphs, and you can learn them in the research in our article. And dependencies were obtained by calculations using the formulas on the proposed mathematical model. With an increase in the multiplicity of redundancy, the reliability of the CS increases, which corresponds to the provision of the general theory and reliability. And to conclude, I would like to say that the article discusses a variant of the mathematical model of the reliability of a computer system functioning in the residual system, class system, based on the use of the dynamic redundancy. Well, that's all. So if you have questions, I'm ready to answer them, and thank you for attention.
Thank you.
May I ask you some questions, Evgenia?
Yeah, sure.
First one is, what is the practical significance of the results of your work?
Well, I should say that my work is devoted to the study of promising methods of computing in the system of the residual classes, and these directions allow us to obtain fast calculations and create a system that works much faster than others. Maybe also including on low resource computing devices that we can use in our average life, and as a result it may lead to low price, low cost of these calculations, and also their reliability, as I have already said in my speech.
Okay, thank you. And the last one I have is what newness of your results?
Well, as for the novelty of my research, it is that there are a lot of works that have been already devoted to this topic. But as I pointed out in the report, that the main points were the independence and also reliability of this system, and it works like the model that allows to evaluate the main indicator maybe of the reliability, and we give also the specific analyses and expressions that can be used by this computing system.
Thank you for your answers.
So, thank you.
May I ask you something about redundancy? For example, if...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was on mute, sorry. Okay, I have one question to you. And if you consider here some redundancy of some elements, okay, devices within this computer system, and what's the main distribution function, okay, and if you use such a function or distribution law?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please, because I didn't hear it?
Yes, but here's some problems, issues about the reliability of computer systems, right? Okay, if you discuss, okay, analyzed, okay, some redundancy, right, of the elements, okay, within these computer systems, and if you use any distribution function or law to analyze probability and to evaluate some probability of, okay?
Well,
Maybe you didn't use anything and you can answer no or I didn't use any research information.
no, I maybe can't remember them because, well, the research was great and there were some points that now I can't remember, unfortunately. So,
Okay, about redundancy, redundant devices, or if you included in your research.
well, as for redundancy,
Okay, we can skip this question. Okay, if you have any.
Yes. So you describe how your algorithm will make better the calculation processes in the system. But what is? Can you show main steps of your algorithm? Is they introduced in the slides?
Unfortunately, they are not introduced in the slides, but you can learn them from our research work.
I see. Okay, for like advice, to understand how your works how it works, it is necessary to see the algorithm to understand how it works. So next time, please propose, show us your results, not as only as it's very good and so on and so on. So it's better to see how it works. Yeah,
more detailed
yes.
information about your research and some steps. Okay, from your experiment or maybe theoretical analysis. Okay, how does it work and so on and so on. Okay. It is one of the recommendations the young scientists.
For young scientists, yes. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Yes. Do you have any questions? So the next.
Okay. And so we need to switch to second presenter, and we have Alexander Kuznetsov, Yaroslav Derevyanko, Volodymyr Miroshnichenko, and Olha Bulgakova. Okay, research of the particle swarm method of generating nonlinear substitutions, and it's the title for your research, right?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Okay.
Take your time.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'd like to represent our latest research particle swarm method for generating nonlinear substitutions. In this article we consider a computational particle swarm optimization method to generate these boxes. We have implemented two algorithms for generating substitution. By performing a computational search, we've shown the efficiency of these two implementations. Our proposed improved implementations allows us to confidently generate these boxes with nonlinearity 104, delta uniformity 8, linear redundancy 0, and algebraic unity 3. Nonlinear substitutions have an important role in ensuring security of symmetric cryptographical transformation. As boxes brings nonlinearity to cryptographical transformation, providing security against various cryptanalytics techniques. Therefore, the problem of generating substitution with required properties is an important scientific problem. In this work, we examine the computational particle swarm optimization method. This method of numerical optimization is used when it is necessary to optimize a certain numerical function. In PSO, it is possible not to know an exact gradient for this function. The problem of heuristic searching for nonlinear substitution looks exactly the same. The task is to computationally search for boxes for which the nonlinearity values is maximized and the gradient of nonlinearity growth is unknown. In our work, we consider a modification of PSO for the problem of generating highly nonlinear substitutions, which was proposed in work 17. We implement this computational algorithm and show that the nonlinearity values of generated substitution are unsatisfactory. Our experiments clearly demonstrate this. We also present possible modification of the computational search algorithm that can significantly improve the efficiency of PSO for generating substitution. We show that our proposed improved implementation allows us to confidently generate S-boxes with required properties. PSO optimizes the function by holding a population of possible solutions, called particles, and moving these particles in the solution space according to the established rules. The displacements are subject to the principle of the best position found in this space, which is constantly changing when the particles find more favorable position. The position of each particle in the swarm is influenced by both the most optimistic position during its movement and the position of the optimal particle in its vicinity. In Article 17, a modification of PSO was proposed to generate nonlinear substitution. This algorithm consists of the following steps. Step 1. Population consisting of n S-boxes is generated randomly. One of the elements of the initial population is the S-box of the IS chip. This is a key element of the Artus modification of PSO, which was significantly improves the efficiency of generating substitutions. Step 2. Nonlinearity is calculated for each block. The population of blocks is sorted according to this nonlinearity. Step 3. Each position vector is initialized using the appropriate S-box in the population. The velocity vector is updated by Formula 1 and the location vector is updated by Formula 2. Step 4. PSO parameters such as C1, C2, R1 and R2 are randomly selected. These parameters randomly change at each iteration during the optimization phase of the algorithm. Step 5. The velocity and location vector are updated according to formulas 1 and 2. And step 6, nonlinearity values is also calculated for all newly generated blocks, and all S-boxes, including those already in the population, are sorted again in descending of nonlinearity. And best blocks according to the nonlinearity remain in the population. Other blocks are discarded. For example, take a population of size 4. At the beginning of the algorithm, the S-box of IS chip and 3 more random blocks will be generated. An example of an array of population after generation and sorting is given in table 1 on slide. Then vector G-best and P-best are filled according to the algorithm. The first block of the array, the block with higher nonlinearity, is added to vector G-best. All other blocks are added to P-best. Then the initial weight is initialized and the optimization phase begins. In this step, we generate 4 random coefficients when we change the initial weight by Formula 3 and start updating the value of the velocity vector by Formula 1. After the formation of each element is taken modulo 256. We obtain the following velocity vector. New blocks are formed by adding the values of the velocity vector to the values of the initial population by Formula 2. In this step, the calculations are also performed modulo 256. After checking the activity, we get a new population of 2n size. Then we again sort the population in descending order of nonlinearity. Last n blocks are discarded after sorting. The array is n-sided again before the next optimization step. The following population improvement was obtained from the example step. All procedures are repeated until the specified number of iterations is completed or until the required blocks is found. Thus, the above tables clearly demonstrate the considered example of the implementation of the particle swarm method for solving the optimization problem. At each step of the algorithm is used a population of many particles. Each particle is S-box. All calculations are performed in modular arithmetic. To conduct experimental research, we implemented the considered algorithm and tested its efficiency. The following criteria were selected for testing. The result of test runs of the original algorithm on the PC with 32 kernels are shown in table 5 on slide. As we can see from the result of the test runs, the original method is not able to find blocks with specified parameters. The original algorithm cannot generate S-boxes with nonlinearity more than 98. Although in the results of testing in original article, the authors indicate that their method is able to generate blocks with nonlinearity 110 and more. As example of this box found using the original algorithm is given in table 6 on slide 16. In work 18, we proposed a new implementation of PSO. The difference in our algorithm is that when forming a new population, the first block of the new population is formed by interaction of the first block of the initial population with itself. That is, the main difference is in the first iteration of while loop when forming the first block in the new population, as well as the fin and the vectors of the most optimal blocks. The results of test runs of the improved algorithm are shown in table 7 and 17 on slide. As you can see, our proposed improved modification of PSO allows to form these boxes with nonlinearity 104, linear redundancy 0, and algebraic immunity 3 in the relatively short time. As an example, we give one of these test boxes on table 8 on slide 19. Thus, the form doctor substitution satisfies all necessary requirements, has the required level of all parameters. As a result of our research, we examined the particle swarm optimization method and investigated its practical application for generating nonlinear substitutions. We, in particular, analyzed the algorithm proposed in 17 and showed its imperfection. For example, we failed to generate NES box with a nonlinearity about 98 in our multiple experiments using this algorithm. In article, we proposed an improved version of the algorithm which was experimentally investigated under the same condition. According to the results of research, we found that PSO method allows to form this box with required parameters. The first optimization of PSO is the study of its efficiency and comparison with other methods of heuristic search is a promising area of research. Another important area of research is use of generated is boxes in modern shippers. The rapid formation of these boxes can be very useful in the context of securing shippers against many types of cryptographic analysis. Thank you for attention.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, I may ask you something, and you mentioned in paper 17 it was improper algorithm, right? And in 18 what was you improved? Can you please name both algorithm and what was mainly improved by you? Okay. Name in 17 what was the name of the algorithm? Okay, and in 18 paper 18 you mentioned in your conclusion.
In this report, I show that was changed in our implementation and show that original implementation.
What about the data articles?
Particle swarm optimization for Xbox generation, well, for highly nonlinear Xbox generation is the original name of the article, and our article is the same name.
What is the main idea of that article and of your improvement?
The main idea is form high nonlinear substitution for using in some chippers. And our idea is to improve this algorithm. We showed that original algorithm can't generate these boxes with required properties, and in our article we improved this method and show that our new implementation can generate these boxes with required properties.
Okay. It was a question.
Where this algorithm is used? Can be used. What for this algorithm?
Case studies for this algorithm.
As I say, this algorithm used to generate substitution for using in some chippers like IIS or so. By this method algorithm, you can generate substitutions to use in cryptographic algorithm to provide security against cryptographical attacks, cryptanalytics attacks.
Okay, which kind of attacks, if you can list, it will be great.
Algebraic attacks, some kind of analysis, such as
For example, denial of service, or maybe attacks from
differential attacks, algebraic attacks on algorithm, brute force attacks as well.
Okay, and what was the programming language you have used? It is quite last question for me. Programming language you have used?
C language.
C?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how about your questions from audience?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yaroslav, can you tell me please, how do your research results compare with those of other authors?
We have achieved better result than other one, as I show in our article. I would even say that we took a good result from other authors and tried to make it as good as possible. We implement computational algorithm from other authors, shows that the nonlinearity of its values is unsatisfactory, improved its algorithm, and we now have algorithms that can generate these boxes with required properties in particular short time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no questions? It seems no questions. Okay, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you. So the next presentation is from topic a modifying algorithm of visual quality providing in lossy compression of remote sensing images. Fang Li, Sergei Krivenko, and Vladimir Lukin from Kharkiv, National Aerospace University, Kharkiv. Who?
I'm here. I'm Infocom.
Oh, thank you. You can
and I'm ready.
You can share your screen.
Yes.
We can see only PowerPoint, not if you try to explain full screen, we can't see it.
We see only the PowerPoint window.
Yeah.
Let me check here.
Full screen.
Slideshow.
Full screen.
You need to switch to slideshow.
Okay. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, everything what it shows. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Press F5.
Не надо сейчас еще это самое может быть.
Hello, I'm Wan. I'm Yifang Fang. I'm from China and studied in National Aerospace University, Kharkiv Aviation Institute. Here, we are honored to share with you the results of our recent research work. My topic is a modified algorithm of visual quality providing in lossy compression of remote sensing images. Here's the outline of our presentation. First, let me tell you something about the background. Nowadays, image science has trended toward increasing dramatically with the development of imaging technology and the widespread use of digital images. Smartphones, cameras are often used to record daily life. Remote sensing images are used to monitor the growth of the crops. Important paper materials should be backed up as digital files. Medical images can help the doctors in decision making. The programs of losing compression for grayscale images as credited to remote sensing image are considered. Losing compressions can provide significantly higher compression ratio compared to lossless compression, but by the expense of introduced distortions. The main task is to provide a compromise between the compression ratio and the quality of compressed data, which should be appropriate for slowing basic tasks such as the classification of sensed areas, environmental monitor, mapping and imaging prevention, and so on. Also, some compression parameters can be used to control the compression, but providing the design with quality quickly enough and accurately is not easy to achieve because the quality of decompressed image can differ a lot for a given compression parameter. One way out is to apply an iterative procedure that performs multiple compression, decompression, image quality estimation, and coda parameter changing. However, such a procedure might require a considerable and priori unpredictable number of iterations and thus take a lot of time. An alternative is to apply two-step procedure. Average distortion covers are employed. Only two compression steps are needed, so it is fast. But sometimes the accuracy can be insufficient. This happened if the characteristics of a particular image differ a lot from average ones. First, let us report some background about two-step method in losing compression. First, our previous two-step method used a general image set to obtain the average distortion cover and employed it to determine the initial parameter at the first step, but these covers cannot fit all kinds of image well. This leads to errors at the first step, and that is difficult to control. Second, the previous two-step method used to approximate derivative to collect the parameter in the second step. This approach works well if the error is small. However, the limitation on the possibility to apply linear interpolation allows if the error is relatively large. Then the collections at the second step are unable to provide the design with quality sometimes. So, in this paper, we aim to improve the two-step method. Now, I'd like to move on to our new method. First, we obtain the particular average distortion covers replace the generally one. We chose one group of remote sense image as the basic image set to obtain the particular average distortion cover for the remote sensing data. The remote sensing average distortion covers is presented as personal R and personal health MR in Figure 1. For comparison, the previous generally average distortion covers is also presented as personal G and the personal health MG in this plot. It can be seen from Figure 1 that the remote sense image average distortion covers are similar to the area general ones. In some areas, the covers almost coincide, but there are still some difference in other areas. For personal, this range of difference is about from 45 dB to 13 dB. For personal health M, this is about from 13 dB to 23 dB. This is the reason why the two-step method performed on personal health M better than personal. For the typical 3 values in our previous experiment. If we want to improve the accuracy of the two-step method, then the particular average light distortion curve needed to adopt for remote sense images. In our new method, the second strategy is a hybrid collection method for QS, the parameter in our losing compression coder. In the conventional two-step method, the collection of QS is conducted by extrapolating from the initial QS value using the deviation corresponding to the initial QS. This approach is effective while the deviation is small in the first step, and the approximate QS can be calculated by equation 2. However, for large deviations, the positive effective of second step is not obvious. The method can even fail if the collected QS occurs negative. Recall the equation 3 is employed as a modification. When the absolute value of data QS is greater than half of initial QS, this modification was proposed to avoid overcollection. It is a simple method and it did work, but accuracy is unstable since the collected QS is not related to the metric value in the first step. In most conditions, the error after second step can be reduced to meet the designed result quality, but it is uncertain when the error after the step is large. Let us give some images as example. Now, please have a look at these two images, image number 9 and image number 8. Let us assume that the design result quality is 13 dB. First, let us analyze the experiment for image number 9. The personal is 26.78 dB for QS equals 58.42, which is calculated from the equation 1. Then the equation 2 is employed, and the QS is collected by the thresh from the green point on the average light distortion curves. The values of the QS, designed QS is 21.69. And the corresponding partner is supposed to be 33.04 dB. However, the data QS is greater than half of the initial QS. Therefore, the equation 3 is adopted to calculate QS in the second step. Eventually, the QS is set as 29.21, and the partner equals 13.84 dB. It is drawn in red on the later distortion curve of image 9. Through data comparison, it is proved that the simple modification works for the case of image number 9. However, this does not happen for the image number 8. In the second step, for image number 8, the QS is calculated as 103.1 in terms of equation 2, and the partner is supposed to be 13.18 dB. Then a simple modification is adopted to collect the QS for the absolute value of data QS is greater than half of initial QS. Consequently, the QS is set as 18.7.64. Then the obtained personal is 32.39 dB. It is drawn in the net as a late distortion curve for image number 8. After the adopting the previous simple modification, the error increased indeed. This result shows that the modification still has limitations. So in this paper, we propose a novel approach to collect the QS in the case if a large deviation takes place in the first step. It has been demonstrated that the difference can be easily obvious visually when the error is appropriate equals 1 dB. Therefore, it is expected to provide a designed quality with errors less than 1 dB. If the deviation in the first step compression is larger than 1.5 dB, it is treated as a larger error, and the modification is performed as the following. For image number 9, the pattern after the first step compression is about 3.22 dB less than designed pattern 13 dB, which is shown in the lecture .9 in figure 3. It can be learned from this difference that the cover of image number 9 is below the average cover. To obtain the better QS values, the higher pattern should be set on the average distortion cover. This value can be calculated as the designed pattern plus 3.22 dB, and it is 33.22 dB. Join the range .9 corresponding to x equals 58.42. Corresponding to these pattern values, the QS equals 32.9, and it is the QS value set in the second step compression. After second step compression, the pattern for image number 9 is 13.02 dB, which is better than the result in our conventional method, 13.84 dB. On the contrary, for image number 8, the pattern after first step compressions is 3.92 dB, more than designed pattern 13 dB. Then a normal pattern value is supposed to be 26.08 dB. QS corresponds to these pattern values equals 137. After the second step of compression, the pattern for image number 8 is 13.79 dB, drawn as a red point in the rate distortion covers of image number 8. This value is also better than the result in the conventional method, 32.39 dB. Now I will introduce the experiment set. In this paper, the DCT-based code AGU was adopted as a loosening compression coders. Classical visual quality metric pattern and human visual system-based metric pattern halves M are employed to evaluate the visual quality of image after compression decompression. 9 remote sensor images are used as a basic image set, number 10 to number 18. For other 9 remote sensor images are used as a test image set, number 1 to number 9. Here is our test image set. In order to analyze the performance of the two-step method for a remote sensor image, the same 3 typical metric values are tested, respectively 14 dB, 35 dB, and 13 dB. For comparison, the statistical result of conventional two-step method are also shown in Table 1. And in Table 2, the statistic result of high band collections method for remote sensor images are presented. All these results are slightly better than the one for the conventional two-step method. the variance and the maximized errors in the first step and the second step comparison are all reduced. The main improvement is reflected in the group of designed personnel equals 13 dB. The errors for personnel does not exist, 0.97 dB. And the error of the personal health M does not exist, 0.59 dB. So these results are much better than the ones for the conventional method, particularly for the personal metric. The variance and maximized errors are reduced effectively. To understand the data in details, the data for providing designed personnel equals 13 dB are shown in Table 3. In Table 3 is 5 image. You can see 5 image has initial errors larger than the 1.5 dB. Then the modification screens is adopted to improve the accuracy. All the errors are reduced to less than 1 dB. Whether the initial personnel is more or less than designed personnel, and whether how large the deviation is, the procedure can collect the QS in the right way. Finally, let me summarize our work. In this research, we have proposed a novel modification of a two-step method, and some experiments are conducted for remote sense images. There are two innovations in these modification screens. First, the particular categories average later distortion covers are adopted to set the initial QS. Second, the new hybrid modification collections method is employed before the second step compressions. The new collections is adopted if the deviation after the first step is larger than 1.5 dB. The result proves that all modification can improve the accuracy of the two-step method and provide a design with quality accurately enough in loss and compression for remote sense image. In our experiment, the average error for personnel has been reduced by 0.25 dB, and all the images can achieve accuracy of 1 dB. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Have you any questions, colleagues? Thank you for your report. I have a question. What main? The first question is, what is the just a minute. How many resources you need to analyze to work for your work of your algorithm? How many resources is needed for this calculation? And how many time resources and computational resources do you estimate this your task from this point?
How much does it take your experience in terms of time and in terms of resources, right?
Yes,
the question.
Yes.
In our experiment, we have tested about 9 remote sense image for the test experiment. And our algorithm is implemented on the MATLAB. So the time is about 1 second for only one image compression. But it is different. This is different for different images. For some image, maybe 1.5 seconds, and for a simple image set, it is at the cost maybe is less than 1 second.
Okay, thank you. So can you show once again, maybe in presentation, main parameters which you estimate on your model? In presentation, if you can show us.
Okay. Which slide?
We can see your presentation. We can.
Mm-hmm. This is our test image set.
No, I understand that you analyze the pictures, but what is the main parameters of your model? So you try to recognize, yes, automatically these images, and by what parameters you how we can understand that your model is better than models which is used by other scientists? Why your model is better?
Our organizing screens is based on the losing compression coder AGU. So in these coders, the QS, I have mentioned, quantization step is the parameter to control the compression. So in our algorithms, we have calculated the better or appropriate better QS value for this designed with quality.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe I explained it clear.
I understand, yes, my question. Okay, so have you any questions? Thank you. You answered to my questions.
Okay, if you have any questions from audience. Okay, thank you again. And let me switch to let me introduce next paper with the author names, okay? And here's some Yaroslav Sadikov, Vladimir Sokolov, Pavel Skladany, for spelling. Sorry for spelling. Here's this Healthy Ltd. Kiev and Boris Grinchenko, Kiev University, right? Okay, yeah. And the title of the presentation is Technology of Location Hiding by Spoofing the Mobile Operator IP Address.
Lee, can you stop sharing your ecran? Your screen. Sorry.
Stop sharing your screen,
yes.
please. Now Paulo will present, right?
Yep.
You're welcome.
Can you tell me, please, if screen is full on your?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, awesome. Good afternoon to all conference participants. First of all, it's a great honor to take a part of your event. And today we will speak about technology of location hiding by spoofing the mobile operator IP address. Introduction. The spoofing mechanism can hide the location of publication of social networks and access resources with reaction to the subscriber's service area. The screen number 3 shows us the previous works that we published earlier. There is a three problem with hiding the location of the mobile devices users. First, it's concealment of coordinators, which are obtained using spyware. Its geolocation data is obtained directly from the device's hardware components. Second is hiding coordinates from the mobile network operator. And the third one is hiding information about the IP address from the web service and other interested parties. Screen number 5, it's shame of spoofing, IP spoofing shame. We used the several embodied single board computers Raspberry Pi for the experiment. A server which an access point and the SIP client. But in the course of the study, it was relevant to the dual blind radio model. Does not allow simulation operation to two bands. It's 2.5 and 5 gigahertz, which imposed certain retraction to the use of the board. For dual band, it's recommended to use an additional USB Wi-Fi adapter. This shame allows us to change the subscriber geolocation, change the IP address from the pool and addresses on the country to another. The sequences of action for substitution enable VPN on client 1 mobile device, send all traffic through the modem 1 gateway. To transfer data with different levels of secrecy, you can use the separation of communication channel and routing traffic from the groups of the client. Separation of traffic which different access lives used to, it's first dividing traffic into several ICPs, and the second is formation of guest subnets. On the slide number 8, it's a general view of experimental setup. Some client applications are popular, but they have several eliminations. First is paid features. Second is that there is no command line support and the ability to work through the terminals. And the third is it is impossible to select self-synced certificates. The distance limit of different codes show that GSM codes provide to be better than the others. It's use less traffic comparison. In the slide 11, at the maximum distance, show us the compression of Opus and GSM code. At the maximum distance, the measure was created out of about 30 or 40 seconds too long, all loses. The measurement results show that optimal key is 1025 and 2048 bits. Shortest key will be easy to break, while longest key will result to several delays during connection initialization. This slide shows us the call lost. In this situation, the Wi-Fi country set was US and the set of the server and client. In the case of quality of the Wi-Fi signal drops. The speed is approximately 5.2 megabytes. Any attempts to make the call resulted in high delays and packet lost. In some cases, overloading the access point was required after installing the Wi-Fi country set rule and the server and the client. Such problem disappears. The network works stability with all devices. The client geolocation was used to check the shame offensive who wrote and published a message on the social network, being in a cafe at a distance of several kilometers. His position was indicated as Boris Grinchenko, Kyiv University. future attention will be paid to first optimization issues, decide the graphical interface, make it easier to build in a Linux server, and the use of SIP terminal client for audio calls. And the conclusion, as a result, it was found that the system networked best with the GSM code and the key light of 1024 or 2048 bits. The maximum range of communication between the access point and the SIP client was 140 meters in the line side. An illustrative example of geolocation substitution for publication is on cybersecurity, was also shown. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. How about your questions from audience first? Okay, no questions. I have one question. Okay, have you implemented your method already, and if you tested for a particular mobile operator?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Okay, have you implemented your method, I mean? And but have you used it for a particular mobile operator?
Yeah, it's for testing, but it's not implemented in particular mobile operator.
Okay.
But it's tested how was shown the experimental setup. We used by I would say.
Maybe in Russian?
Better in Ukrainian.
But
No Ukrainian. Lela don't know.
In Ukrainian, I can understand as well.
Sorry, may I help you? I also the author of this publication. Sorry, my camera is turned off. We made the real requirement implementation in two countries. We made it from Belarus and to Ukraine, but we don't put this information inside the paper because of security reason. In real world, some VIP want to hide the location really, whether really it's this time placed. So they want to post some messages in social networks. They want to make additional hidden calls via phone, via SIP, and so on. So they need to hide their location. And if they have their own jets, they can hide also their trips from one country to another. So we really made that, but it's security because of security reasons, we can't say what person it's especially was. And sorry.
Okay, one more question, please. And you mentioned GSM, right? And does it work for 2G, 3G, 4G, or just for GSM? For 2G?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay. it was a general, right? In general.
Yeah, because we use we routing network from real SIP user to cell phones. But the technology 3G or GSM, it doesn't matter because we can make different devices for proxying this data.
Okay, you mentioned that you need to take care of VPNs as well, right? It differs maybe between operators as well and in the countries, right? When it comes to VPN.
Yeah, we used two different. Really, we used 5 different VPNs for different clients. Why we use this scheme, in the paper we show only 2 because it doesn't matter. 3, 4, 5, it's only additional VPNs by the same technology. But for different devices, for instance, for multimedia, we can use the open access. We just get data. But for calls, we need another sub network. For writing messages, we need another one. So we can divide the measurements like user roles for different purposes and for different types of traffic.
Okay, I see. Okay, any other questions, if you have?
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation, for your answers. I think this session is over as well.
This part of the session. Part of session. Yes.
No, this session is over.
No. Is our we continue at 3 o'clock. 3 p.m.
Yes, but I mean, and yeah.
So. Not, yes, we can.
Сессия же закончена, не конференция.
Сессия у нас, наша секция работает до 17.
Okay, and so I mean, we'll continue after lunchtime. At 15:00, we'll back for you. Okay, bye for now.
You can stay here or you can leave, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. Yes. See you.
See you.
Еще хорошо.
Я хотя бы начало застал.
Доченька, поставь стакан воды.
Ну, у меня всегда стоит стакан воды рядом.
Андрей, знаете, почему радуюсь? Потому что вы, студенты, здесь говорите по-русски, а в Грузии вообще ни один не говорит по-русски. У нас это самое как английский и грузинский, а русский не разрешается. Ну, из-за политики. Вы же знаете это самое. А у нас же отличается грузинское, совершенно отличается от русского. А ваши там есть сходство какое-то. Так или иначе.
Дима, все, давай помолчи, а потом я тебе все расскажу, хорошо?
Ну да.
Это секретарь.
Ага.
У нас скоро конференция тоже состоится.
Будь ласка.
Я думал...
Я тебе все потом расскажу.
А как у меня выглядит имя?
Вадим.
Нет, просто
Вадим.
А у меня?
Blue vibration. Голубые вибрации.
Да, это
Под атмосферой, да? Под тему доклада. Ну, я тебя понимаю.
Да, грустное настроение.
Да, это я доказала.
Почему грустное? Я считаю, что голубой воздух, вибрации атмосферы. Ну, как раз это очень...
Здесь считается плюс. Такое состояние.
Ну, голубой цвет, да.
Есть. У вас там
Минуту.
Что-то другое, да. Ну, нет, ну под тему доклада.
Да, по тему доклада.
Я понимаю.
Картинка,
Шелестовых.
Да, речь идет дымовых.
О воздухе, о его чистоте. О его чистоте.
Вот, да. Ты хочешь...
Ровно 3.
Что?
Ну, наверное, еще подождем.
Ты же говорила, что в 3...
В 3 начала. Сейчас начнут.
Сейчас сколько у вас?
Сейчас начинаем.
У нас, да, 15:00. О!
We are here.
Hello.
And yeah, сейчас, ребята, все, тихо. Все, начинаем, ребята.
Очень приятно.
Okay, hello everyone again. And we are starting the next session. in this section. Okay. And the next paper is about information support modernization for emission control at thermal power plants. Okay. And the authors are Nina Lubimova, Naomi Gardyom, Alexandra Lubimova from State Biotechnological University, Kharkov. Here's the Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Okay, please, you can start your presentation. You're welcome.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We bring to your attention the following research. Information support modernization for emission control at thermal power plants. Slide 2.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself? Because you have name of your title, Blue Vibration. It's very interesting, but we should know who was the reporter.
My name is Alexandra Lubimova.
Okay,
very nice to meet you.
Yes. I am in New Zealand right now. It's 2 in the morning.
How is the weather in New Zealand?
It's
today?
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. It's summer, almost summer here.
Wow. And how many degrees outside? Hot or not?
And the climate, so in Wellington, which is the capital, the climate is very mild. So it's around 20 degrees in the summer and maybe around 15 degrees in the winter. It doesn't change very much.
Okay, perfect weather. Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Graduations from Ukraine for you to New Zealand. Thank you. You can start. Thank you for. It's very interesting.
Okay, so we bring to your attention the research about information support modernization for emission control at thermal power plants. Slide 2. Evgeny?
Yes. Slide 2.
Slide 2.
Yes, this. Видишь?
Oh, I can change the slides. Sorry, I didn't realize I can change the slides myself. At present, the actual problem is the control of emissions into the atmosphere by gases from thermal power plants. Emissions are non-stationary in nature and have a multi-component composition. Special information and measurement system and technologies for environmental control are used. One of the main factors that provokes a decrease in the reliability of environmental control is the increased uncertainty of the control parameters of multi-component pollution of the environment. Quantitatively, the reliability is manifested in the presence of non-excluded components of systematic measurement errors, including methodological error. For this, the planning of measuring control experiments for the study of pollution processes should take into account the influence of the time factor on the dynamics of random processes. This approach will ensure the adequacy of probabilistic mathematical model of the pollution process when its physical and chemical characteristics change over time, and will allow synthesizing a statistical decision-making model based on limited measurement information obtained in the process of pollution control. Slide 3. Slide 3.
Yes, slide 3.
Our goal is the choice of a decision-making rule on the basis of a criterion that ensures the given control reliability and guarantees minimizations of the risk was considering the level of economic losses in the cases of environmental violations, as well as the potential of using the obtained data to prevent technological accidents. We have 4 research tasks. Our first task is to determine the conditions of measurements, parameters of probabilistic models for control object, and the control efficiency indicators that maximize the amount of information obtained due to control measurements. Second task is to develop a statistical model for control of quantitative exceedance of the norms, such as MPE and MPD, by measuring and determining the parameters of the model that minimize uncertainty of the control decisions. Third task is to explore a probabilistic model of the procedure for emission flow control and develop statistically valid plans for the control measures. Fourth task is to investigate probabilistic models of the correlation within the control process and develop a statistically valid method for choosing the interval of discrete sampling. Slide 4. To create a plan for controlling emissions from a thermal power plant, statistics of multi-component gas pollution of the atmosphere were obtained. Statistics were obtained with a 5-minute control step throughout the months of 4 pollutants, about 35,000 measurements. The pilot project was carried out by Siemens using Ultramat 23 gas meter. The statistics are shown in graph 1.
Sorry,
A, SO2 pollutant.
Sorry, we
B,
can't see
CO
the
pollutant.
statistic graph. We can see only goal of your tasks. And goal and tasks.
Go to the next presentation, page 4.
Evgeny?
Slide 4.
Evgeny, could you please? Sorry, I'm not able to control the slides, unfortunately.
It seems Evgeny can't
Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yes.
Okay, no problem.
So the first graph, A, part A, is SO2 pollutant and B, CO pollutant. Figure 1 in B shows the random processes of quantitative change in the atmospheric pollution components can be described through complex types of non-stationarity in terms of mathematical expectation spectrum and the low probability distribution at the same time. Evaluation of stationarity and spectral features of the pollution processes will reduce a priori uncertainty and will give an opportunity for improving the control planning procedure. Slide 5, please.
Yes, slide 5.
Thank you.
No, slide 5.
Sorry, I still see slide 4. Thank you. Use of information analysis for measurement control of extreme emissions within the pollution process. Measuring control is widely used to establish the actual value of a parameter relative to its maximum permissible values through the parameter measurement. The following step is to take a decision on the compliance or non-compliance of the parameter value with the regulatory requirements. The primary measurement information about the actual value of the control parameter is further converted into secondary information in the form of logical conclusions, which gives an opportunity to consider any parametric control system to be an information system. To determine the amount of information that the system provides, a statistical model is built to establish the criterion for making a decision for the observed process, xt, in the emission presence, gamma 1, or its absence, gamma 0, taking the measurement x value as the statistic criterion. The range of permissible values for the statistics is omega 0 from 0 to xb, while the critical range is determined as follows. Omega 0 bar from xb to infinity, where xb is the MPE norm. Refer to Formula 1. Slide 6. In order to describe the probabilistic properties of X in the presence of or absence of emissions, the study uses a model of step changes in the mathematical expectation Mx of the XT process on the observational interval delta t, as in Formula 2, where delta as a parameter of displacement determines the parameter of non-stationarity in terms of mathematical expectations. Slide 7.
Yes, 7 slide.
Two conditions are introduced, theta 0 and theta 1, for x processes xt within the delta t interval, such as in Formula 3. X can be considered as a sum of continuous centralized x delta t and discrete z random values. Refer to Formula 4. Slide 8. Slide 8.
Yes, slide 8.
Let the sigma squared dispersion of the xt process be constant for theta 0 and theta 1 conditions, while fx is the probability distribution density of the process within delta t interval. If sigma squared is constant for given conditions, xt process can be considered non-stationary one in terms of mathematical expectations. Let t be the time observation for the measured process xt when the norm xb is exceeded in the cases of short-term emissions, where t far exceeds delta t. If the emission flow is stationary, ht parameter for the flow will be constant, which would be equal to lambda. Slide 9. Slide 9.
Yes, yes, yes. Прошу прощения, видите слайд 9?
Нет, нет, пока.
Что случилось? Почему?
If the delta t interval is so small that no more than one emission can be placed within this interval, and the emissions are considered as independent random events, the sequence of such events forms the simplest or stationary Poisson flow. For the simplest flow of the event, the probability that the exact k number of events will occur on t time segment is determined according to the following formula, Formula 5. Equation 5 shows that a priori probabilities P0, absence of emission, k equals 0, and P1, at least one emission, can be determined according to the following formulas, which are Formula 6. Slide 10.
Sorry, now 15 minutes you report. Maybe please 5 minutes and make conclusions. Go to
Sorry.
conclusions.
Okay, you need to follow your time slot, please.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So the slide 10 is the uncertainty of X is established through entropy. Formula 7 in density as combination of distribution laws Fx with the formula below. Slide 11, please. The central moments of k order for discrete z variable are mu k, as in Formula 8. Fz distribution is symmetrical as a normal probability law if p0 equals p1 equals 0.5. Slide 12, please. The residual differential entropy of X is determined on the basis of control results in the form of gamma 0 and gamma 1, which corresponds to the presence or absence of stepwise growth, Formula 9. The expected information amount about the presence or absence of a random event emission according to the results of control is the difference in entropies, IHX, as in Formula 10. Slide 13. If Fx is a symmetric distribution, normal, then refer to Formula 11 as the equation is valid if the symmetry condition is acceptable for Fz. Slide 14. If the random z and xt values are independent, then we have the following formula for sigma x squared. And after the appropriate transformation, we get the formula on the bottom, Formula 12. Slide 15. In order to determine residual dispersions, sigma x z squared, let us set alpha of the first order and beta of the second order. Denote alpha and beta the probabilities of the risks of control of manufacturer and the customer, and refer to Formula 13 and 14. Slide 16. This is our main Formula 16, by substituting sigma x squared dispersion values from 12 and 15 in the Formula 11 and considering P0 and P1 values in accordance with equation 6, we obtain a more general equation for the expected information to be received during the parametric control of emissions over T observation time of pollution process. Slide 17. Equation 1 shows 1. The amount of information is growing with a decrease in alpha and beta control risks. Additionally, analysis of radical expression shows the maximum information corresponds to the following formula. 2. The amount of information increases with the parameter of non-stationarity delta decrease, change in mathematical expectation in the XT process. 18, slide 18. 3, naturally there is a direct correlation between the amount of information and sigma squared dispersion of the XT process, and the initial entropy grows with the increase of dispersion HX. 4, the amount of information is minimal in case of general control, where the control risks are as follows, where alpha equals beta equals 0.5. Slide 19. It must be noted that the equation 16 is a local model with P approximating P1, P0 approximating limitations, and the condition of stationarity of the emission flow over T observation interval. However, this model can be applied to choose the most efficient observation interval in terms of the maximum exceeded information as follows. Slide 20.
Alexandra, sorry, you have the time. Can you explain main points, because it's very hard to recognize all these 16 formulas. So
yes.
Can you, in few words about your work and what's new is
what's the main idea?
What is the main idea? Are the all 16 formulas is new? Is your formula?
No. So basically.
what was before and what is your proposition to improve? Yeah.
So basically, all of the formulas leading up to Formula 16 are the formulas that help us to derive the main formula, number 16, which is
Can you start, please, from main idea?
Main idea of your research.
Or you can show us conclusion and talk about your final results, please.
Okay, I'll skip to the conclusion, which is slide 21. Experimental studies confirm the expediency of using information model to improve reliability of control over flue gases from thermal power plants. The use of proposed information model in reconstruction of power plants will enhance reliability, reduce control risk, and meet requirements for environmental legislation more efficiently. So basically our research is trying to help the power plants to meet the legislation by controlling their own emission. So we propose an idea to help the power plants take correct measurements and be able to, without economic losses.
What is the main parameters that you estimate?
So the risks for the consumer and
risks. Yes,
it's not parameters. What parameters are you measuring?
Oh, what we're measuring? We're measuring emissions.
And what is the tools to measure? How you measure?
Gas. So we have we've used Siemens Ultramat 23 gas meter to measure for environmental pollutants that come out as a result of producing electricity in power plants. So this gas meter, it measures the pollution. So it's a tool for the power plants to measure their own pollution, so they can have better understanding of how much pollution they're producing, so they can reduce it to meet international legislation.
And what parameters can you manage, and what parameters are input parameters? What parameter you can change to make the system better?
So to make the system better, we propose to take shorter intervals of time, because those emissions are random. They happen at random times. And we propose a statistical model where we don't have to measure every single emission at any time. So we just measure at single random intervals and record the measurements, and then the formula that we propose will help generalize to the rates of emission.
How it's possible to prove that your formula is correct? How you prove correctness of your formula?
So this is statistics, and we use the probability theory, which means it's not precise. So what we're offering is an approximation of improvement. So this formula cannot be correct or incorrect, is because it's a statistics kind of formula. So it's a formula to optimize, to minimize the economic losses for the power plants while meeting the requirements of the legislation.
Are you sure that your estimation is correct?
Yes.
How you can say, no, how do you know this?
Well, this is what the mathematical formulas are leading towards.
Okay. Thank you, but I'm not agree with you that mathematical formulas is sure it's work always. It is necessary to доказать, to prove
Yes.
how it works. That your formula is better. Maybe if you can compare different mathematical models, you can compare by imitational model. So you can make an experiment and experiment data from one side and mathematical estimation from other side. You compare each other and say that it's good or it's not good, or it's work or not work. Because your mathematical models can be used for different situations, not only for one. If it's only for one situation, it's not so necessary mathematical model, you know.
Right.
So it is. For future, we don't see this in your presentation. Maybe you do this work, but we can't see this from your presentation. So in next time you can add these slides to your presentation for more fully understand for more complex more detail to understand all of your work, you know. So.
And for future, the presentation should be more presentation than text of the your topics. And it's better to have a speech than reading from the text. Because reading not understandable for another people who listen to you. Thank you very much.
Just recommendations, please take into account.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Next.
for your presentation.
So the next speaker is from Kiev, from Игорь-Сикорский KPI, and from University of Madrid, USA, Андрей Шелестов, Леонид Шумила, Ганна Ялимова, and Sofia Drost. Topic crop yard forecasting for maize crops in Ukraine. Are you ready? Who will be a speaker?
But one more thing, please, and this is so inconvenient with switched off camera to do some presentations, right? If you don't mind, can you please open your camera and do your presentation this way?
Yes.
Because we forgot to ask of you, but it is so inconvenient, right?
Yes.
Well, we can see you.
We want to see you. Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you so much. Oh, that's great. You're so nice. Go ahead, please.
1 second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good. As you can know, I'm Sofia Drost from National Technology University of Ukraine, KPI, and today I will present for you our research about crop yield forecasting for measured crops in Ukraine. So, let's begin. Are my slides moving? Moving?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, good. So, as you can know, agricultural sectors play a very important role in country's economy. These are crop failures as a protracted financial crisis, which are very difficult to overcome. Fortunately, modern statistics methods allow us to predict the yield of certain crops in selected fields based on data soil properties. In this way, you can make the right sowing decision and avoid crop failure. However, collecting data on soil properties directly from agronomists and local farmers is a very long process. In addition, the data collected may be inaccurate. As a result, a process will be launched and will eventually lead to an agrarian and financial crisis. However, a solution to this problem has already been found. Remote sensing data has long been used in the world. That is, satellite images presented in the forms of bitmaps and files with geospatial indicators.
In each such file, you can find data on soil properties that are important to field forecasting. Prediction is usually done by building regression model. Thus, the best regressions, the most influential variables of these results are NDVI, DVI, LAE, air temperature, ground surface temperature, and precipitation. Workload Ties has shown the construction of such regression model with a reasonable choice of regressors show excellent results in field forecasting. Thus, the coefficient of reliability of the approximation range from 0.5 to 0.94. But it is possible to approach this in any area. To answer this question, we constructed our research. So, the topic of our work is creation a regressional model for yield prediction for the Kyiv region based on remote sensing data. The main purpose is to verify the reliability of the constructed model to assess the appropriateness of the use of remote sensing data in forecasting yield in the Kyiv region. To predict yields, we selected two data sets from the individual production collection created by Google Earth Engine. The first data set is the maximum NDVI from March to June. It was used to predict the yield for winter wheat. The second data is the maximum NDVI from March to September, and it was used to predict the yield of summer crops. As a yield forecasting strategy, we used a model adjustment to each region based on historical data and yield trends. In this case, we use 1 year from 2016 to 2020 as the year of confirmation and 2021 year as the year of forecasting and other as training data. The main method is to perform regression analysis. To assess the reliability of the constructed model, we measure errors. So, let's move to the result. As you can see, the graph on the left shows model of yield trends and yield forecasts. In some years, the model accurately predicts the yield. However, there are some problems in 2021. Winter wheat has a high score at square, which is equal to 0.67, and low mean absolute error 2.6. Maize has a much lower R-squared of 0.2 and mean absolute error 11.5. The error is due to bad weather conditions this year and crop failure for this reason. So, we can say that the constructed regression model showed average reliability. The model errors was due to neglect of such factors as weather conditions. However, it's not problem with remote sensing data. And because of this, remote sensing data should be used to assess soil properties in Kyiv region. Thus, remote sensing data can be used to correctly predict a yield taking into account other factors such as weather. So, that's all. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. And how about the questions from audience, from participants?
I have a question. First question is how you predict? What method are you used for prediction?
We constructed a regression model using Python, linear regression. We use our data from 1 year, just like testing data, and we constructed our model when we constructed some function for our data.
Are you used any neural net or not? Some deep learning process, are you used or not?
Linear regression.
Yes, we use.
And linear regression was your main method, right? as you
Yes,
mentioned.
it was our main method.
Okay, and the one more interesting thing is how you gain data and what's the type of sensor, okay, and you are, gathering your data in your experiment. Sensor, type of sensor of gathering of data. You mentioned about sensing data, right? And probably
Yes.
you have some kind of type of sensor, okay, and which gathers some data, right, for your experiment.
You use some
Space data.
Special devices
Dataset
or simply the
Data set.
data
No,
set?
we use information from NDVI from internet. Information about LAID and other from special images from internet.
Okay, data set.
We use.
Okay, any other questions if you have? Okay, no questions. Thank you so much for your presentation again. And let me switch to the next paper. And the title of the paper is Geospatial Analysis of Leased Lands in Ukraine. Okay, the authors are Andrei Shelestov, Bogdan Yalimov, Alexandr Pahomchuk from Igor Sikorsky KPI Space Research Institute, NASU South. Are you here, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please go ahead and share your screen and start your presentation.
Can you presentation?
Yes.
If you have camera, can you open it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. I'd like to present my research work. It's a geospatial analysis of leased lands in Ukraine. So, first of can my slides is changed or not?
No, we can see only PowerPoint.
One moment. Okay, relevance. First of all, I will tell about why I choose these themes and my relevance. So I choose this theme because in this area for the territory of Ukraine is not enough research. Because using research in geographical information system is quite slow, because there is due to inefficient research in this area. So there's need to develop additional methods that will allow for us the assessment of leased land. In this article, we have analyzed the large fields in Kyiv region. In particular, operation had performed on geospatial objects with georeference. Formulation the problem. The main task of this research was to estimate the area of leased fields based on satellite data. So there is assumption the leased fields may include several parcels from the state geocadastre, and to solve this problem we're using geospatial analysis and Python methods. We use Python programming language to use for vectorization crop classification maps and for estimate area of leased fields. Using methods of geospatial analysis, we can create mask of our vector data, our key region, for large fields, and count cadastral parcels which will include in large fields. There is some problem that some large fields of our crop classification map can merge because our crop classification map resolution is 10 meters per pixel. So I use the additional methods such as OpenStreetMap, its vector roads for solve this problem. Data. In this research, I consider the key region. This map has resolution of 10 meters per pixels, and this map was obtained by neural networks, own methods, neural networks based on multi-layer perceptron. This maps was created in a Space Research Institute, and as you can see, these maps consist 19 classes, which you can see on the right side of map. Overall accuracy of this map is 98.3%. Also, this map has projections in UTM zone 36N, because our region of Kiev is based on the center of these projections. So, as I said, another additional source is the OpenStreet service. This service offers vector data that publicly available. In my case, I took a vector data of roads. The classification of roads which I took in my research, you can see on the right side. And for validation, my results, I use geospatial geocadastre of Ukraine to check information about our tenant. Using the Python programming language and the library, we can vectorize our raster map of agriculture crops, which was obtained by neural network in order to estimate the area of this field. Each polygon is created with an attribute, and each polygon is created with attribute, and that indicates the pixel value of this polygon. Also, in vectorization, as I said, we use coordinate system UTM zone 36N. Our vector data is called multi-polygon. You can see on the right side our vectorized data. So this is multi-polygon is a set of data from the coordinates, from the coordinates of the vertices which are interconnected. Using operation on geospatial data, we can create a mask of for all key region, which will consist attribute our class. So the next step, we calculate our area and divide these fields on small and large. The problems which I had in this work that our classification map had 10 meter per pixels resolution. The problem is that some fields can merge in big one, because some paths of the roads can be less than 10 meters. So we use additional sources such as OpenStreetMap and subtracts these parts for getting more clear boundaries. of fields. The result of vectorization our crop map is look like this on this slide. After as I said, there is an assumption that list fields include several parcels from state geocadastre. So we assume that if the zone field contains several parcels, then it's a list field. The fields from map classification that consist one parcel from cadastre are not list. The overall result is our mask of vector objects list field for the key region. On the right side, you can see one large zone field from our classification map, and you can see that this field on a cadastral map can consist several parcels from geocadastre. In my case, this large zone field consists 90 parcels of state geocadastre. So that indicates another interesting problem that some land plots have been sold illegally, or their owners have not entered information into state geocadastre. You can see on the right side that this big zone field not consists several parcels from cadastre. Using the state service of geocadastre, by cadastral number we can check information about tenant. For example, I took this piece from my previous slide. This small piece of big zone field that consists several parcels from cadastre, and each parcels have a cadastral number, and we using this our service of cadastre we can check information about tenant. So in the result, for compression, government statistical data for 2016 and 2019 were taken, which are shown in our diagram. In the right side of my slide, you can see my results, which I get from remote sensing data, from satellite data. Analyzing this data, we can see that analysis of satellite data is not very different from statistics. And in conclusion, using geospatial operation, we can get great results, and we can say that we can use satellite data to calculate list fields. As results, we have mask of vectors of list fields, and for key region, the result is 61.8% of fields are list. For 30 of fields are list. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Have you any questions? I have one question. So, how? What was the main problem? What was the what task was more hard in your work to recognize the what was the hardest part of your work for this direction, this topic?
the other password is for it calculate this data, because this data have we're using Amazon Web Service for calculating data, because my PC do this, and another problem, there's too large data.
What method you write by yourself? What was before, and what is new in your work?
So as I said, that using remote calculation skills in Ukraine wasn't done for our country.
I mean, in methods, is this methods well known or not?
Yes, I used some methods from Data based on for some statistical analysis.
Okay, thank you. Have you any question? So I thank you very much. I like to introduce our colleagues from Kazakhstan. Can you? Yeah, I invite you. Ruslan Mirgaliyev, Eldar Selnikov, Nurhat Zakiev from Astana IT University. So you can sit on my place. So you can introduce your work.
Okay, thank you. Desktop.
Закройте. Это закройте.
This one. Is it visible? Hello everyone, my name is Ruslan Mirgaliyev, and today I am going to present my research.
Ой, вы прямо... Я не заметила.
Где мышка? Просто на основном мониторе нет.
Это у нас на экране, да, там же.
Что-то не скрипит.
В смысле не поддерживает? Ты чё?
Сейчас сделаем по-другому. Ну, делаем видимость. Так. Звук есть.
Да, вот
Сейчас закрою.
Окей?
Can you see the presentation, dear colleagues?
Видно, у меня же на телефоне она есть.
Okay. Do you hear my voice?
Yes, we hear.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Ruslan Mirgaliyev, and today I'm going to present our research project with industry application of machine learning clustering for combined heat and power plant and Pavlodar case study. This is the outline of the presentation, which includes introduction, aims and objectives of the project, methods which we used, results in some discussion part, and conclusion. As an introduction, Pavlodar combined heat and power plant, so in short is a CHPP, is a special that firstly it is located geographically in the northern zone of Kazakhstan and has two different consumers. So firstly it's a Pavlodar aluminium plant and a medium-sized heating system, so the whole system. And of course for the last 30 years in our country we have, as usual, ecological, economical and social problems. And in that case, the main reason of ecological and economic problems that we have some growth in natural resource consumption. And of course, our main task is to accurately predict our heat, steam, and electricity consumption profile. And if we can accurately predict that part, it means that we can solve the problem with resource saving and energy efficiency, which can also have a positive impact on ecological state. For that case, we are going to use clustering algorithm to develop this HES demand, which means heat, steam, and electricity profile. So the main aim of this project is to study the potential of applying modeling and machine learning methods for optimal planning of composition of general equipment to improve the energy efficiency. For that case, to solve that aim, we have the main three tasks. So first task is of course to collect our data set, processing telemetry data, ranges of operating modes, weather conditions, digitization of processes, diagrams and some drawings from that plant. The task number 2 is that simulation part and machine learning algorithm development for short-term and long-term prediction. And task 3 is the development of recommendation for that thermal power plant for improving the energy efficiency of CHP plants based on the decision tree. So here, firstly, let me introduce the characteristics of that power plants, which includes some boilers. And as you can see from this table, the year of commissioning, or they have constructed from even Soviet Union part, and of course they don't have any automation part. Maximum steam output, so ton per hour for each boiler units, steam pressure in atmospheres and degrees of each Celsius in each boiler. And here, in reality, CHPP consists lots of workshops like boiler workshop, turbine workshop, fuel supply workshop, chemical workshop, and so on and so forth. But if we can model and simulate one of the workshops, it means that we can apply the same procedure for also another workshop, because the principle of working they're the same. So they have heat, steam, and electricity part. So firstly, we are going to use here GAMS modeling to identify the dependence between steam delivered, it's a power in megawatt to the turbine. And the second part is the distribution of statistics of dependence between our coal consumption and boiler efficiency. And they have more or less good correlation, and we have also predicted that part. So the main principle of working or doing that type of steps consists new terms like cyclical behavior. So cycling refers to the operation of electrical units at various load levels, because when we are switching on and off, so here we have a deal with very huge energy or power, and of course it can damage any types of equipments. So it is necessary to find some optimal number of that switchings and so on. So the main software tools which we used in this project is mainly is 4. So first is the GAMS. It's for geometric algebraic modeling system. We are going to use it for the design of production processes to explore various options and development strategies. Also, we use Python programming language for data preprocessing, data processing. SVM method we use also with Python, and decision tree part. Related to the results and discussion. So firstly, what type of data we derived from that plant? Firstly, it's the data for calculating any specific technical and economical characteristics. So it's the daily consumption of coal, fuel, oil, electricity, water, daily supply of heat and electricity, parameters of telemetry system, temperature and system nodes, steam pressure, and also hourly data from automated process of control system of boilers and turbines for the 3 years, and operating modes for units, again, switching on and off part. And at the beginning of our research project, we divided the whole year into 2 parts. So first is the heating season. So it's usually starting from in October and continuing till March. And non-heating season, which starts from April and ends at, in September. So in this graph, you can see daily profile of power consumption for the whole Pavlodar. And in black line, you can see the average value for that years. And here is usual, is more or less the same values for the whole hours, starting from midnight till 23:00. So as we said before, we divided our data set into 2 parts, heating season and non-heating season. And we did some comparison, which is related to generation of power with the relation of temperature. And from this graph, you can see that if power is increasing, it means that we have more or less cold day. So it can be some, maybe in January, in winter, and so on. And of course, vice versa. If we have warm day, it means that we need to use less power consumption. It was for heating season, so that's the case. There doesn't exist any values here. And this is for non-heating season. And we can also see here that in non-heating season, the power consumption or energy consumption is more or less decreasing due to weather condition, of course. In this graph, you can see that, of course, in Pavlodar, there exists lots of thermal power plants, mainly 3 TPPs, but our research object or research of interest is a TPP1, which is in the red part. And again, in most of the cases in summer we have less power consumption, and this is logically explained. Again, for some comparison part, we did some specific fuel consumption for 2 years, for 2019 and 2020. So here EE means electrical energy consumption profile, and TE means thermal energy. And this is more or less the same value, and they have correlated. Now our main task is to predict what type of gigacalorie, what type of energy we need to use for aluminum plant and for the whole city. In that case, we are going to use machine learning algorithm, which we are going to use SVM, of course. And here our algorithm is divided, of course, depending on that data set, divided temperatures for heating season and for non-heating season into 5 classes. Here, what we have, of course, the main problem here it was that the frequency of each class should be more or less the same. And here we have the following part, that during the heating season, the power of energies from in the midnight decreases, of course, because the city is like sleeping, yes, and no one is not using electricity, heat, and so on. And from 6 till 12, it is stable for the whole day. And here we have some ranges of power. So it is for the first class, ranges of power for the second class, third class, and fourth class, and so on and so forth. And if we compare with this table, for example, for the class number 1, so it is more or less warm classes. So here we have less number of ranges. And vice versa for class 5, which is more or less cold class, we have a small number of ranges. And this is more or less high than first class. The same operation for the non-heating season. We have also the same 5 classes, but here we have, of course, different ranges because it is non-heating season includes summer and the first month of autumn. Yes, the same procedure. So this was for the whole Pavlodar, and the same procedure we did for TPP1, thermal power plant 1. And in that case, we have also the same 5 classes, but for now we have only one consumer, this aluminium power plant. And here we just show you 3 different classes, and they have also different ranges which are not intersect. Based on that class, on that data analysis, here we can say that in case of warmer weather, so if we have a warm day, the historical data varied over large ranges of the statistical spread, like in class 1, because it's a warm class. While in the cooling of the weather, so we have cold average daily temperature, sharp narrowing of the range of statistical scatter of the daily consumption profile is observed. So this is the case of the fact that boilers and turbines operate in the maximum permissible modes. And of course, in that case, if we have cold day, it means that we have high loss of thermal energy to the environment, which can of course damage our environmental situation. Here we have visualization of Pavlodar region, 5 clusters with in y-axis we have temperature in degree of Celsius, in power in megawatt. The same for CHPP1, so for the TPP1 means. Also, we proved that by using elbow method that the number of clusters should be equal to 5, as you can see from here, and it was also proved by using Python tools. Further, we are going to use linear regression with ARIMA in order to predict our thermal energy. And by using test set, by the way, previously our data set was divided into 2 parts, training set and test set. And when we are going to test our algorithm, it gives us 16.7 of root mean square error, which means more or less good and high accuracy result. As a conclusion, today we already introduced new terms of thermodynamics and physics part. Different energy efficiency and resource saving methods was discussed, heating and non-heating seasonal demand profiles also discussed today, and power generation profile in Pavlodar and CHPP1 for the comparison. This is the list of the reference part, and thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Switch to conference, right? Where we have. Okay, and thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, if you have some questions, please go ahead to him.
I have one question. What is your proposition for energy consumption? So you compare what main idea of your method, what you propose?
Okay. So the main idea that, as I said before, that thermal power plant, they are working from even Soviet Union, and they did not have any optimization part.
Yes.
And
So
on that thermal part, they are calculating that type of how many energy should we transfer to the city and that aluminium plant, and they're sitting and every day they are calculating. So there are lots of conditions,
And what
weather
is your
conditions.
proposition?
And our main task is to automate that system, that computer can solve that problem for you automatically.
What is the parameters that you can manage? Can this possibility to optimize? No, so mathematical model it's one step. The next step is how to optimize to receive better parameters for the real system. What you can change to make it better?
Because of here we considered only one cases, so we are depending only on the weather condition. And maybe for the future, if we would like to increase the accuracy of our algorithm, maybe we can use also atmosphere as a pressure.
I mean, okay. How to use your algorithm? What should
yes.
do the plant?
Yes. So at the end, because of this is just case study part. This is the whole project, and at the end, so it is a research grant. At the end, we will have we are going to give to the power plant a calculator, which can automatically calculate how many mazout, how many coal, and so on you need to give.
I understand. So the answer to my question is to how many resources in what time period we need to use for better consumption. Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe you have some questions to him from audience. Okay, no questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we need to continue and
let's go for break. I think.
No.
We have
but time.
Let's take 5 minutes to
Take a break.
take a break. Yes, 5 minutes, and after
for the
15 past in 5 minutes, please. We'll wait. Yes,
we'll be back.
We'll be back. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello again. Okay, let me continue our session. Okay, and I need to ask you about some change. Okay, we need to change our schedule a little bit. And Dmitry, if you don't mind, okay, can we allow Rina to start first? We have just
sure.
Okay, thank you so much for understanding. Rina, if you are here, okay, let me introduce your paper with the title. And the title of your paper is Ontology Model for Scientific Information Representation. Okay, and Rina Novogrudska will present today, and from Igor Sikorsky, KP University. Okay, and you can go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Yes, good afternoon, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to present you the research devoted to the, you see my my presentation, yes?
Yes.
I would like to present to your attention the research devoted to the ontological model development for the representation of different types of scientific information. This research work is performed at Kiev Polytechnic Institute in the collaboration with Information Research Institute of Shandong Academy of Science. Nowadays, there are a lot of different scientific and educational organizations that represent the activity, different types of activity in various spheres of social life. And the demand for such institutions depends on the efficiency of their functioning. Especially for the organizations involved in science and education, the efficiency of their functioning is very important because from their functioning, the quality of state development in general is dependent. And in our country, in Ukraine, there are some generally accepted principles that help to evaluate research and educational institutions and organizations' activities. You can see such specific regulations, the list of such regulations on the slide. From the other hand, in course of research and educational institutions functioning, they accumulate a great amount of information. It is accumulated at the level of these institutions, and this information also can be used to evaluate these institutions according to listed national principles. The proposed research involves the using of some means of artificial intelligence to systematize and structure the information of educational and research institutions in order to evaluate in order to automate the evaluation process of such institutions functioning. And we propose to use ontology model as one of the main principles, one of the main knowledge representation models that can help to systematize and structure such information. Ontologies are nowadays very popular, and they are the most used knowledge representation models. The main features of ontologies are in the fact that they allow to structure, organize, and classify different types of information that is distributed, that is of different types and developed in different standards. So that is why the ontological model was chosen to solve the problems of proposed research. We indicate the important factors of research and educational process. They are the number of publications, number of citations, various scientific indexes, participation in international programs and projects, and so on. These are this is the list of indicators that are important and that were collected after the performed analysis of the process of research and educational institutions functioning. As well, such functioning involves some sub-processes. They are organization of institutions' activity, definition of indicators by which it is possible to identify the level of performance of certain type of activity in an institution, the existence of criteria to evaluate such indicators, and organization of the institution evaluation itself. Based on listed indicators and sub-processes, the general ontology for research and educational institutions information representation was represented as the system of 5 ontologies. In this system, these ontologies are connected with each other, and each of such ontology as well can be can show some specific sub-process in the general process of research and educational institutions information representation. The elements of ontology as well were allocated. They are classes, attributes, relations, sets of attributes, values, standard types, limitations on attributes, values, and class data. We allocate 4 types of relations in our ontology system. They are class data relation, is-are relation, inheritance relation, and associative relations. The last one are very important because they, associative relations, because they allow to set the semantic connectivity between ontology data, and based on such type of relations, the semantic search can be performed, as well as logical inference on ontology is performed as well. On the slide, you can see the fragment of developed Ontology, here are some classes and relations of is R-type and associative type. All of listed elements were described, allocated and described for all 5 ontologies from our ontology system. And the direct development of ontology was performed using specific software to the transdisciplinary educational dialogues of application ontology systems. With the help of such solution development platform, it was possible not only to develop ontology but as well to automate the process of its filling with data from different resources that are in the internet. So not only from information that is allocated at the level of institutions, but as well from some online information. And on the next 2 slides, you can see some fragments of already developed ontology. TDOS allows some types of modes for ontology representation, so it's convenient and users can choose a more convenient mode for him. It is table mode, graph mode, knowledge prism mode, and some other modes. Of course, the developed ontology is not yet filled with all information, but it is at the stage of filling. So at the conclusion, we can say that the developed ontology can help in the not only in the representation, structuring, and systematizing of information received from research and educational institutions, but as well in future it can be used exactly for evaluation process of such institutions functioning. And further researchers will focus first of all on the filling developed ontology with data, and as well on the specific method implementation for the assessment of such institutions functioning based on this developed ontology. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really interesting, especially for academic, and scientists.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have one question first, and you do such a system, ontology system, right? And for evaluation of academic activities, for example, academicians, the institutions or the university, doesn't matter, right? Okay, and how do have you tested and already evaluated, some academic or scientific activities? You have plenty of criteria over there, right? And if you get some results.
We started with the evaluation on the test set of data for our university KPI with the data that we already have, and we have filled the ontology model with these data, structure this information, and the total evaluation process was not complete yet, so we didn't perform the last experiment. I mean, to evaluate does KPI function good or bad.
Yeah, because it is a huge job. Even I didn't find any application, right, and evaluating all the things, right? Even we have some Google Scholar or we have Persian publishing some application, right, and giving us some number of citations or number of publications, but not all the criteria could be provided by the specific particular, okay? And if you provide and then sell and apply, and it will be great.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for advice. At the moment, we just enter the ontology with the criteria that were received from these regulatory documents that were at the beginning of the presentation. So just that criteria that were proposed by Ukrainian regulatory documents, but they maybe are not the last. Maybe they cannot be used to evaluate all things in general.
Yes,
we will think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. It's really interesting research, and but as I guess you have another paper, okay? You need to present. It is another one, a comprehensive review on ontology-based information systems for education. It's, is it something?
Yes.
Over here. Can you show your title, please?
Yes. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
The second presentation is devoted to a comprehensive review of ontology-based information systems for educational process. Nowadays, there are a lot of services that provide data in open access, and this data is can be used by scientists, different scientific and educational organizations, publishers, librarians, and different other societies and organizations. But still, there is no general system that can make it possible for receiving the information already collected in internet or in different scientific institutions, and for this information to can be used by different students and scholars in their research activity and educational activity. The proposed research, it was performed under the guidance of Junior Academy of Science of Ukraine. So the main orientation was made to the analysis with further development of specific educational informational system that can be used by participants of this Junior Academy of Science, namely students, student youth, and different maybe children. So after the comprehensive analysis of different educational systems, the idea appeared that ontologies about which we have talked already, I said in my previous report, ontologies as well can be used for the development of such educational systems. And nowadays they are already widely used for these purposes. In different systems, of course, ontologies are used to solve different problems. For example, they can use to develop curricula, create descriptions for the contents of such curricula. In other researches, ontologies were used in the process of e-learning. As well, ontologies help to improve the mechanisms of recommendations of academic resources and to organize the detailed description like metadata of different types of resources that correspond to different educational disciplines. As well, in other research projects, ontologies were used for educational institution management or for some applications and software development in order to improve information retrieval for educational purposes. So we decided to make ontologies as well the basis of our developed educational information system. Such system is based on model-driven architecture that are ruled by mechanism of ontology-driven process. It allows to receive the transdisciplinary, the access to transdisciplinary knowledge on the high level, and it is constructed based on the principles of computer-aided ontology construction. Here ontology plays the role of service for conceptual information representation. It helps to facilitate knowledge access. It gives some formal structure to simplify the representation of information, and it serves as a communicator between different transdisciplinary distributed information resources and systems. On the slide you can see the structure of a proposed system. Of course, it includes different models and sub-systems that some of them help to manage the system, other works only with ontologies and some metadata. As well, there are some models that allows to represent developed ontologies in different modes, different type of storages and libraries are in the system, and some other models as well, model for optimization and and specific models that allows to collect the information from real text that are received online from internet, collected online at the moment from different internet resources. Our system present different levels. They are repository level, analysis level, management level, some additional levels, and of course interface level. The forming stage of the system is shown on the slide. First of all, it is basic components development, then thematic ontologies formation, then index zones filling, and at the end we received the specific transdisciplinary information analytical system that can be used for student years educational and research activities support. Such system is as the ontology for such system was as well developed using TDOS software platform, and as well I would like to say that TDOS platform was developed. There are a lot of solutions for ontology development, but we use this one for previous project and for this project because it was developed by our Ukrainian scientists, so we think that it is a great possibility to use it. And we hope this system is at the stage of development at the moment, but we hope that in short term it helps to improve the quality of the implementation of educational research projects. In medium term, increase the level of awareness and interest in the society and technology. And in long term, it can organize the information channel for representatives of different state bodies of science, education, and business in the area of introducing modern scientific and innovative results into the educational sector. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, I have a question. And when you develop this, for example, system ontology system, okay, and are you using a special? You mentioned he was in Ukraine, developed some system, right, in the special center as well. And are you taking into account some European or other, for example, an educational system, or you are focusing on Ukrainian just?
Thank you for the question. Yes, at the moment we are thinking about some integration of this TEDOS platform that we used for ontology development with Protégé system that as well allows to develop ontologies and to represent ontologies in more standard format that is used in the world. So it is possible, and we are working on the integration of these two technologies, and this will allow us to transform the ontology representation in standard XML format that can be used by other systems that is made in abroad.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And I'm so sorry, and I asked so many questions. And once you are author for both papers, and I will give you a chance, audience, and you can ask any questions if you have some of them. From audience, no questions? Okay, thank you again for your presentation, and it was really, really valued, right? And if you develop and use worldwide, right? Your system and evaluation system for academic activities. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, again, I should apologize, Dimitrio, and for changing our usual schedule. And let me introduce your title, Forecasting of COVID-19 Epidemic Process by Laser Regression. Okay, and our presenter is Dimitro Chumachenko, right?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
You're welcome.
Just a second. So I believe now you can even see my presentation, yes?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
So hello dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity of presenting results of our research. It was made in collaboration with Kharkiv National Aerospace University, Kharkiv National Medical University, and Karazin Kharkiv National University. So, since January 2020, the number of people infected with the new type of coronavirus SARS-CoV-2, which causes pulmonary disease COVID-19, has been growing in the world. And the dangerous pathogen has been identified in more than 210 countries. In Europe, Spain and Italy were the hardest hit, and the governments of many countries were forced to introduce tough measures restricting physical communication between people, like lockdowns and quarantines. By the middle of the summer, the situation in a number of regions had stabilized. However, in autumn and winter, the second and third waves of the epidemic began in many countries, and governments have accelerated the process of immunization of the population with vaccines. In countries where the vaccination campaign is most successful, the spread of the infection has slowed down or stopped. However, for today, more than 260 million cases were registered in the world, and more than 5 million of them were fatal. Although each country independently determines the nature and timing of the introducing the measures aimed at preventing or reducing the rate of transmission of the virus, the scientific community believes that social distancing and quarantine measures should be introduced on a timely basis, and that they must be carefully followed. Countries may consider, among other things, introducing the following measures like closing schools and universities, moving organizations and business to work remotely, minimizing the use of public transport during peak hours, and postponing unnecessary travels. To determine the effectiveness...
Dmitro, excuse me, please, we can see only introduction. Have you changed your slides? Or,
yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, please, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And to determine the effectiveness of certain anti-epidemic measures, it's effective to use mathematical models. So the aim of the given research is to develop a machine learning model of COVID-19 propagation based on lasso regression model. So, as I said, mathematical model makes it possible to predict the dynamics of the spread of morbidity in certain territories, and in addition, studies and numerical experiments carried out in simulation models of epidemic processes make it possible to identify the factors that most affect the development of the epidemic. And classical compartment models have a number of disadvantages, such as low forecast accuracy, high computational complexity, difficulty in making changes to construct a model, and so on. And these advantages can be addressed by models using a machine learning approach. So in the modern period of human development, there are constant social changes in society that affect the evolution of the epidemic process, and which should be taken into account when carrying out measures aimed at curbing the spread of infections among the population. The direct driving forces of the epidemic process are the source of infections and transmission mechanism, and the susceptible human body, which create a chain of successive infections. Without these links, you can see on the slide, the existence of the epidemic process is impossible, and the biological hazard of the population is determined by the possibility of the emergence and spread of biological agents that are pathogenic for humans. At the same time, the process of spreading pathogens in space and time, the distribution of cases among various groups of the population, and the dependence of these events on various phenomena and processes occurring in nature and society are important. Therefore, no less significant are the secondary driving forces of the epidemic process, like social and natural factors that affect the intensity and manifestation of the epidemic process, slowing down or accelerating its development. So we used the lasso regression model. Regression is a model of the dependence of the variable x on one or more other variables with a dependence function. Linear regression refers to the problem of determining the line of best fit across a set of data points, and has become a simple precursor to non-linear methods that are used to train neural networks. The simple linear regression formula is presented on the slide here. So here y is forecasted value, b0 is the slope, b1 is the value of x, and they are called regression coefficients, and e is an error term that reconciles variances among actual values and forecasting values and corresponds to y1 minus y1. Lasso regression, which is least absolute simple and selection operator, is a variant of linear regression specially adapted for data that exhibit strongly multi-collinearly. It automates parts of the model selection, such as variable selection or parameter exclusion, And Lasso uses shrinkage, which is a process in which data values approaches a center point. The compression process has several advantages to regression models, like it's more accurate and stable estimates of true parameters, reducing sampling errors and out of sampling, smoothing of spatial fluctuations. And Lasso can be understood as adding a regular L1 term based on linear regression. It also limits W so it doesn't get too big. While lambda greater than 0 by determining the lambda value, the model can be balanced between bias and variance. As lambda increases, the variance of the model decreases and the deviation increases. You can see it on the second formula. Rather than adjusting the complexity of the model to compensate for the complexity of the data, like high variance neural network and decision tree regression models, the Lasso attempts to reduce the complexity of the data so that it can be handled by simple regression methods by curving the space it lies on. And in this process, the Lasso automatically helps to eliminate or distort highly correlated and redundant features in a low variance method. So, model of forecasting of COVID-19 epidemic process was applied to data on real statistics provided by Center of Public Health of Ministry of Health of Ukraine for Ukrainian data, and by Johns Hopkins University Coronavirus Resource Center for Great Britain, Germany, and Japan. So we have chosen that countries because they have different rules of COVID-19 propagation, different control and anti-epidemic measures, what influencing the dynamics of the epidemic process, and program realization was implemented using Python programming language. I wouldn't stop on each country. On the slide you can see the forecast for Ukraine. And also you can see values of errors for all of 4 countries that forecasted. So the constructed epidemic model of the spread of COVID-19 makes it possible to calculate the predicted incidence. The model shows more accurate results when forecasting for 10 days or less, and when simulating epidemic process, such a time period is acceptable, since based on the forecast, decision makers must implement urgent containment measures that affect the dynamics of the epidemic. And at the same time, the forecast for a longer period can be used when planning material resources and their redistribution in certain territories. So the constructed model of the epidemic process can be used not only in the study of COVID-19. Also, an important task is emerging infections, which are characterized by the fact that the rules of the spread are not well understood. And in this case, machine learning methods are the most effective because the use of classical compartment models and other approaches is difficult. Also, that method has some disadvantages. So, for example, it's impossible to find out the factors influencing the incidence and the dynamics of epidemic process with machine learning methods. But it is a good tool to verify other models, such as agent-based models. And actually, that model is a small part of our big system of epidemiological diagnostics, and with other methods and models you can get to know by that link. So thank you for your attention. I'm ready for questions.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really interesting, and you touched so challenging issues, right? What goes worldwide currently. Okay, and how about your questions from audience first?
I have a question. My question is, do you analyze just end of statistic? So I mean that how many people take ill, or and or you try to analyze other parameters. So what kind of parameters do you analyze in your model?
Yeah, so we are using new cases of COVID-19, also recovered cases, death cases. Also now we are looking at vaccination, and also, as you can know, just everybody talking about that statistics are not representative. It's actually not only the problem of our country, but other countries too, and it's not a problem of COVID-19. Actually, when you're looking on different illnesses, the statistics is not full, but it still represents the dynamics of epidemic.
Yes, I understand, but do you know if if we go if we talk about some common processes, for example, for according to number of people which go to metro every evening or something like that, it's for such cases it is good to analyze only results, only how many cases, how many deaths, how many vaccinated and deaths and so on. But how do you estimate how your models worked on previous period of times? For example, when you take data from 2020, how do you is prognostic method work?
Yes, understood.
Are they works in such? Because I think it's something like, is it will be is the situation become better or not? But it is very, it's not independent data, you know, it depends on many other parameters. And what I want to, in my opinion, it's good to analyze all parameters, not only result of this situation. I don't know. How many ill, how many problem with health, which problems with health and so on. Are you make such?
So we, of course, made the forecast, like retrospective forecast. So we used previous data and build a forecast for previous periods. We already know the like morbidity and dynamics. Also with machine learning approaches, it's actually not a very good idea to use all that parameters because you cannot find out which of them influencing the dynamics. So we use that machine learning method to make like ensemble model with agent-based model, and in that agent-based we are using a lot of parameters like age distribution, like heart, like hospitality and so on.
Can you prognose when is the end of this situation? By using your methods.
So actually, as you may understand, that the highest the forecast, the accuracy of forecast, it's the worst, because it means that people who making decisions doesn't make effective decisions, and the epidemic process goes in natural way. So we have like very high accuracy of the forecast. Yes, I understand your question. No, nobody can do it.
If you prognose the dynamic of these processes, it is it's. They are not true, because according to long-term statistic, this situation is never end, or something like this.
Yes, so it's useless to forecast for long-term with epidemic processes, because we need a short-term forecast that shows which factors you should influence to stop the epidemic. And this should be like very timely and grounded measures that government should use. And actually we are working with Center for Disease Control for Ukraine and with Ministry of Health, and they use our models to introduce some measures, some control measures.
Okay, I have one question, okay, when it comes to some disease, right, and always we need to take into account some symptoms, right? Okay, how about symptoms, for example, because there are quite different types and some mutation as well of this virus, right, and it is very hard to forecast, right? Nowadays, right, we have quite different types, right, like alpha, beta, or even iota or other types, right? How about that? About symptoms, or if...
No, we are not working with symptoms because it's another task. We are working with population dynamics and with statistics of morbidity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And if you have any other questions, please go ahead. No questions. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, and it seems that our section is over here.
But we should to find the best 3 topics.
Next time?
Just now.
You mean a nomination, right? About nominations, okay. But here's this, okay, and
what is your proposal? How do you think? What is topic was the best?
The best presentation, if you can.
If you
nominate
from that topics that you hear
today.
Dmitro, are you with us from the end,
from the beginning?
From the beginning or from the second part?
I'm with you from the. Just a second, I will say from which.
Second part, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, from the second part.
And what do you think about second part? Best topic.
I think that the third one was interesting about the geo analysis.
Second one about geo analysis.
I think it was third one.
Okay, Nina, are you with us? What do you think about the best topic? No, with us. Rina, there was Nina.
I'm here, but I was with you only for last hour.
Okay.
So I can't answer.
Okay, so what do you think? Guys from Kazakhstan.
Later on, right? Not now.
Later.
Not online.
Okay, sure. Okay, thank you very much for your participation, and I think it's over of our section.
Yeah.
So thank you. If you have any question to us, we can answer. Do you have a question?
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
And we will waiting for you tomorrow in our last section. Will be at 10 o'clock.
No, not 10. 11. 11 p.m. Closing
session.
10.
Sorry. 11.
Closing
11
o'clock. And in next our conference, maybe in 2020, 2022, and so on.
Yes, you will get more information about next conferences. Okay, tomorrow.
Okay, see you. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.